Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Astrothi, and we are here on this Monday to do some more event sites, just hanging out, chilling. Let me get rid of that. I'm going to be discussing that in a little bit. But first, Sandman comes in with a tier 1 sub. 4 months in a row, 21 months total. I definitely need to go back and double check to make sure I give you guys enough ranks for those things. Don't think I do. Need to finish up the Glente tiers, pretty sure. But either way, that's an amazing amount of support. I appreciate it so much. You deserve a good old 07, which thankfully you have, thanks to our emotes. You can use mine or anyone else's. Let's give an 07 chat. 07 to Sandman. How you doing, man? Speaking of the 07, we do have the new 07 emote. I have my first animated emote. Let me know what you guys think. Kind of looks cool. Kind of looks like a sperm. But it's okay. Might be fine. We also have all of the tribes that are currently ongoing in the Liberation Day. All right. So I have been running this stabber, and it's been very successful. Nolan coming in with his own sub for 13 months in a row. You guys are champions. 13 months. Wait, is that in a row? No, 13 months not in a row, but 13 months total. But that's fine. That's my fault, not yours. Thank you so much for your support. You get all those emotes as well as the 07. Let's give an 07 up to you as well, Nolan. And what is it? Enriqueo 1, thank you for joining us down the rabbit hole with Eve Online. Definitely looks like sperm, but you know, whatever. Enchurio? I'm so bad with names anyways, man. Yeah, maybe? Enchuro? I'm bad at names under the worst of times, and now you've put me on the thing, but on the spotlight. But either way, I do want to point out, just as a heads up, because there was the 2 subs, that means if one more person at least cheers 100 bits or subs at right now, it will kick off a hype train. And if we get at least a level 4 hype train, I will give away one of those Raven Scope Syndication skins. Just throwing it out there. Now we can move on and see where that goes. So I'm going to start looking for more sites. Looks like there's 2 in the system. Awesome. In Creo. Oh, I'm glad that you told me, because I think that would have taken me quite a few tries to figure out. Where is... Come on, man. What? Oh, 1 jump away. Got it. So one of the things I've been really interested in doing, and I almost did yesterday, but I might do soon. Heck, we could do it today if we wanted to, is a walkthrough of the agency. Every single window and like what it can be used for and why it can be cool, or, you know, whatever. Put some context to some of these things. Because a lot of people, like, everybody's like, oh, what is there to do to Eve? And there's this awesome tool that technically guides you through things, but because it's a little bit unintuitive, and the old guard really doesn't understand it at all, it stands as kind of an underserved tool. And so if people can understand how to use the agency better, it's useful for a lot of different things. I even catch myself, being an older school guy, I keep catching myself using the older tools to figure out, like, faction warfare. Like, oh my god, what plexes are open in this system? Hold on, let me go send a scout. And then I have to think to myself, no, I can actually open up the agency and see. So it's different. So new players don't understand it. Old players don't use it. Very underutilized resource. Is there anybody here? There's a Stabber Fleet issue and a Rupture. There's the Stabber Fleet issue. So I'm breaking in the same way as the other Stabber Fleet issue against a Rupture. Okay then. Oh, he's almost done. No, he's almost done with the first wave. Okay. Also, he's way out of position, which is so. If you're going to have less DPS, it is not a terrible idea. Oh god, there's double Spitaver fleet issues. All right, well, do I have? Let's just get silly about this, shall we? If you're going to be this far out of position, wow. Or if you're going to be low DPS, then it sometimes helps to be that far out of position, because if you become the target of the battlecruiser, then the battlecruiser will warp off and warp back onto you, and then you'll have them kind of all to yourself, and be, you know, everybody else will be out of position. Obviously, that's not very reliable, I don't think. But I suppose if you're a Rupture going up against a room full of SFIs, that might be the only hope you get. Yeah, I mean, there are actually people that use it too, but my point is that, I guess my point is not that there isn't people that use it. The issue is that there's not anybody who publicly discusses the use of it, and certainly not a lot of people that discusses how to use it effectively. Even people when they're like, what I've noticed is that a lot of times, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't watch a lot of things anymore, but it looks like, or that sounds bad too, but like, I don't watch everything, obviously. But like, most guides, for example, don't actually include how to use the agency to do whatever it is that we're doing. Because older school people that teach these things don't consider the agency as a thing to be taught. They see it as the tutorial system or something like that. So the people that do use it kind of, like, they know how to use it, and that's fine. Fits for each activity. Yeah. I mean, that's always the thing. Although that's another piece of that's another video I want to do, is kind of like how, not only how to, like, I don't like making here's a fit for this thing. What I would like to do is break down the process of, like, I know nothing, and I don't want to look up a fit online. I don't want to go, I'm not going to use HoboLeaks. I don't use anything. Like, what can I do just from in-universe tools to learn my enemy, understand the sites, scale up, and begin to conquer them? I think that that'd be an interesting challenge. Probably should have taken it on for this site, but instead I decided to try to, like, you know, cream it because it's fun. There's that reposition. I don't know where he's going, though. So the Afterburner increases your mass as well as gives you that boost. So if you're going the wrong way, an Afterburner is actually going to be bad for you. It's going to make it harder for you to turn around. So that's why I killed my Afterburner as soon as I knew I didn't know where he was going to be, and only hit my Afterburner once I knew I was lined up for it. And I got it. It's going to be very hard for somebody to beat this setup without really, really pushing it. Ah. I'm going to offer this to the Rupture. Because I wasn't trying to take it from the Rupture necessarily. But once the other two or three Stabbery fleet issues showed up, I was like, eh. Do you guys mind coming back to Faction Warfare? quite a few guys are still in faction warfare. I've been doing this in particular because I've been really enjoying it, to be honest. All right, well, I think they don't like me, so carry on.
Warp drive active.
You can do the same fit with only 3 tanks. You know, now that I've gone to Asclepions, I probably could. For sure, actually, wow. Oh. Yeah. No, there's plenty of people still doing the faction warfare stuff. Can I be in 2 places? I'll try. I will be shortly going back to faction warfare. This is probably going to be my last dedicated day to Liberation Days for a little while. I actually do know that quite a bit of our faction warfare guys has done the Liberation Day stuff in low sec, which is kind of cool. 62, 57, 58. This one's. I like to, if I can, start like a fresh one, then I do it. Like, I don't mind. I will crash into somebody's site. I don't care. But as you can see. But if I can start my own, that's fine. That way I feel a little bit better when I out DPS everybody else. I also do. I need to get to my parade site. Do I have my tattoo? I do. I do have the tattoo, but the problem is that I didn't realize that the tattoo fills, ironically, the tattoo slot. And Ashtarothi, like when I first made her Incarna avatar, because she actually had a previous to Incarna avatar that I sometimes show off. But when I first made her Incarna avatar, one of the very first things I picked about her and really defined her in a very early days was this tattoo that she has on this eye. Even though she got the other eye kind of replaced for whatever, I always kind of envisioned the fact that she had that tattoo as a mark given to her because she's a scout. And so that's like something that's one of the very few symbols that she holds very dear, as a symbol of like, it's on her eye to show that she's watching things, almost like an Eye of Horus or something like that. And so when I saw that I had to have to take off that tattoo for the Crucial one, I was like, oh, I thought it went with like the red thing, the red stuff. Never mind, I can't do that. So I guess I'm just gonna have to sell / give away that tattoo at some point, or put it on a different character. I think that one of the points is that these tattoos are something that have been asked for a long time, and the reason why they don't apply automatically is because CCP wanted to introduce a way for them to be able to be purchased. So I'm sure I'll find somebody someday who really cares, like really wants to represent the Crucial or whatever clan, and then they'll have it. It is an item. Yep. It's actually a box that turns into an item. So I'll be able to give it to somebody or sell it to somebody someday. I did get all the skins. Okay, guy. This isn't I don't know what you're doing here. I mean, I guess that's one way to do it. Once again, if you're going to have the lower DPS. Is that Racinda? No, that's not. Man, they are really going out there. All right, fine. I'll let you handle him, I guess. What's up, Miso? This guy just comes into my site and kites one of the dudes off. I guess this is one way to be strange about things. I don't know. It looks like he's going to kill it eventually. So at this point, I don't know, right? He could have stopped shooting. Is he still shooting? Is it dying? Oh yeah, he's still taking hits. Is he flickering yet? Are you in hull? Are you winning, bro? 100 and 30 kilometers away? No? Awesome. Glad we could have this chat. So, in the meantime, like I was saying, I'm on my way to my Liberation Day Parade event site of Horomold. I have completed I have 1,090 points so far. It starts with HJ, so your guess is as good as mine. Something tells me. Oh no, he's in hold now. Yep, you can see. Do you see how the lights are starting to flicker? The more they flicker, the deeper into hull he gets. So they're doing it. He's doing it. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens with the next wave. I should have turned these off a long time ago. Probably reloaded. Yeah. Yep, it's really flickering now. It's getting close to killing it. All right. Well done, Rupture. You sure did kite them out. Is my peld working? I don't even know right now. Could I even tell? Let me reset my peaks. I'm just going to go after the Rupture first this time because I know that he's going to have an easier time killing the other ones first. Or whatever. So, fine. Yep, that's how to see if somebody's in hull or if you're in hull. Oh. Somebody's posting my stream in local. I don't know if that's intel or advertisement. Somewhere in between, I guess. Why not both? Hey, what's up, Marcus? 07 to Octane. Octangular Prime. I'm not just somebody, I'm the body. Well, in Clue, being Mr. Body was not necessarily the best role to be in. Sofa Lord and Curious Mind 07s. Check out the Styler Star 07. Styler Star puts the style in Styler Star. Wonder how he's doing with that Punisher. Uh-oh. Well, oh, the Punisher's now coming back to me. Oh, no, the Rupture came back to me. No? No, that's another stabber. Ha, okay. Well, all of this has been bad ideas. I guess we just wait for the Punisher to come back, right? The show must go on. I gifted you that sub? Maybe? Purple lasers must be epic damage. Well, I mean, they are 100 kilometers away. No, except for I don't think that they actually changed their... Is he really leaving again? You mother trucker. Good thing is that it doesn't actually matter. The next wave and then the final thing can trigger either way. Then it won't matter. Oh yeah, the Proteus does look like a motorcycle in certain configurations. Kind of love it for that. Oh my gosh, is the T3 changes in yet? I can never. I haven't. There's so much going on all at once, and things are in, things are not in. No. Okay. Well. Cool. Fooey. Oh, it's Iron Bandit. That makes more sense. I'm about to say I do like to you know, sub to people's stuff, but because my income is largely from Twitch, if I gift subs, like that just is giving more money to Twitch in a weird way. So which I mean, obviously I like them, but like I'd much rather support people myself in other ways or promote the gifting of subs myself. So that makes more sense. I mean, obviously if I have a big windfall, then I would share the love for sure. But I have to be mindful of the resources that I have. Otherwise, I won't have enough. Can I link you something that might make me laugh? Sure. I do like to laugh. Are you kidding me? That isn't going to make me laugh. That is officially clever. Huh. I fucking love it. I love it. Oh my God. Does everybody understand what just happened? Oh, he's repositioning again. Oh. Where's he gonna go? It warped to the other guy, but oh, he's still repositioning to him. So because the other guy was over 150 kilometers away, rather than bouncing, the prophecy simply warped directly to him. So because he kited out over 150 kilometers away and had the Punisher and therefore had initial aggro, he got the prophecy. And the prophecy doesn't only repositions. Like he really should stop kiting out the prophecy. The prophecy will continue to probably do this until he does. But he has the prophecy basically because he had the Punisher. Oh my gosh. Wait, let me look at this battle report now. Oh boy. So he now gets to basically kill the prophecy. This might be a really good way of almost guaranteeing the prophecy aggro. And by being 150 kilometers away, the prophecy simply warps to him. Wait a minute. Is there a mistake here? Oh, never mind. Or he's just dead. And I can't warp. I can't warp to this wreck because it's dead space. Well, okay. Let's just say that would be clever if he'd be able to hold the field. But his rupture wasn't able to actually fight the prophecy, so... Unless there's another layer to this weirdness. There's a possibility that when I kill this prophecy, it will be yellow. That battle report is insane. I'll show it after this prophecy. So never mind. I thought he was being clever. So here's the thing. If he sat there and just whittled at the shields, I've had this happen before where I killed the prophecy and it's yellow, and I had to steal in order to get it. Which of course I'm not going to do right now, especially with that stabber right here. So if he could have enough nope, didn't happen. If he could just sit there and kite it for a little while and do enough damage to it, to be that he does more than 50% of the damage, then he could theoretically leave, let me finish him, and then come back and get the loot if I'm not willing to steal it. Oh, hey. Resich just comes in with a T1 sub. It is your 5th month. You get us leopards for free. Not quite, but you do get all of the emotes for the different tribes of the Matari people, so that way you can show your support during the Liberation Day games, as well as all of the other popular ones from back in the day, the Convocation of Empyreans, Sanchez Nation, Aderon Robotics, etc., as well as the 07 emote. So thank you for that, and let's celebrate by giving a big ol' 07 to Resich. 07's in chat. Thank you very much. It does drop Leopard's BPCs, but I will give you a hint. I haven't done any of the low-sec ones, but I have 1,100 points right now, and I have seen one drop. So adjust your expectations accordingly. And I sold it for 200 million. Yeah. I've also heard that the low-sec sites are pretty much unsoloable consistently. So I would recommend a small team. And go work hard and get you BPC. I mean, I think that the fact that they are now on, now they are something that could theoretically, like, this is now something that will come back, right? That changes the way that we process the leopard. Prior to this, it was a thing that showed up once. Moo Badger, how's it going? Yeah, it is. I mean, it would not surprise me if, like, all of this stuff with shuttles made it so that they suddenly were like, we should reintroduce the leopard. If this is going to be, if we're going to make such a big deal about the shuttles and therefore make leopards become 400 million, we really need to, like, build a new mechanic to reintroduce them into the game. So, it doesn't surprise me even one little bit. Oh, 07. Gonna let me do all the work. Well, how fun of you. Thanks. Did they even drop leopards in an event site? I didn't think they did. Hobby Dungeon 07. I'm bored of these events waiting for them to make something really weird to bother. I mean, to me, it's just a good thing to do in the background and make a ton of money. You got to do all kinds of little things in this game, in my opinion. A few people make me do the work. Yeah, I think that he can do that all he wants. Oh, he says just kidding. Okay, good. I mean, I'm the one that has a Pyrolancia 3, a nice ship, good pod, etc. I mean, I guess I could have had better lows. You know, these could be not Tech 2. They could be Abyssal or factioned, but other than that, I think my implants probably do more than that. Boxes dropped and leopard. Yeah, I thought that leopards were given away as part of like a login event or something. but maybe they were dropped. How's the faction warfare coming? I actually haven't done faction warfare in a few days because I've been doing the Liberation Day stuff. It is holding, and I am preparing for what our next step is going to be, because the Caldari remain pretty cocky. At this point, we're just recruiting people and moving equipment into place for the next steps. Oh, okay. So it was like the final reward for a thing. For Liberation Day or for something else? Seems to make sense to be part of Liberation Day. Yeah. Every Liberation Day prior to this has basically been a login event, more or less. Fire fireworks at something type stuff. All these sites are new. This whole contest with the different tribes is new. I think it's pretty cool. Not in 2018. Oh, what was the deal in 2018? Oh, that was for Liberation Day? No, there's a Rogue Drone event. Which event was that? Do you remember the name of the event? Well, there's been a lot of Rogue Drone Hive swarms. Yeah, there's actually a good reason for that. The later swarm, the one that happened that winter, was actually a Triglavian swarm, as it turns out. Prophecy? Come on. 630 applied DPS. That's pretty slick. Looks like it was enough. It is called Peld. Peld. Oh, Streamlabs. Shh. Peld is Stream Elements. Peld is DPS tracker. Have we figured out the extra spawn yet? I think it's just a chance to happen.
Warp drive active.
So I've made probably about 2 billion ISK or so, maybe more. Actually, probably about 2.5 to 3, if you consider like all of the things I've sold, like the BPCs and stuff like that. Was I not a Triggy? I was the CEO of the Kybernauts Corporation. Although Ashtarathi's loyalties have always been questionable, and her desires from the Triglavians were very clear from the very beginning. Ashtarathi's enemy is Concord, not
Warp drive active.
she sees the Triglavians as enemy of my enemy.
You have been promoted.
Hey, Big Dan, come. Thank you for that promotion. It's all right, Matt. Apparently the word put is a swear word now. And thank you, Big Dan, for that follow as well. Well, yeah. First of all, the Mimitar, this game, like, for the Liberation Day stuff, the Mimitar ships are really good. And there's an expert system that lets you be really good at Mimitar ships for this period of time, for 4 days. Yeah. Also, well, yeah. Also, have you done the tour yet, Sidewinder? Because the tour is worth 110 points just by itself. Which faction do I recommend? Oh, so your faction doesn't matter ultimately. That disconnection almost killed my chances at this prophecy, but for some reason I think that they just decided not to shoot at it, so might still get it. I don't know. I don't know how any of this works. Thanks for the bat. Resage, no, I have not yet seen it. Get off your prophecy. Is this yours? Oh. If I win it, I'll give you the stuff. I'm pulling damage. You can have him. Whatever. Oh, he's attacking me now. Which is best to start? Again, it doesn't really matter, except for where you're located and, like, for RP purposes, because you can't ever... Sorry, hey, you saw me. I stopped firing when he hit hull. If I already did more damage than everybody else, that ain't my fault. I'm sorry. This ship is just cool, alright? I tried. Yeah, last time Valamir and I tried to do this together, it just didn't work out. I'm just going to have to give you... Valamir, which ship are you in? Are you the Scythe Fleet issue? I can give you a... yeah. Here. If the Vexor leaves... I can drop you this Pyrolantia Dose 4. That should probably help you raise some things, if you want. Except for that Vexor's right there. Is that Vexor with you or not? Okay. Oh, he just left. Excellent. All right. Well, there's my apparently estimated 48 million-isk apology. Good luck. Your Vexor's 8 kill mark now? Awesome. Okay. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Hold on. Don't take that yet. Don't take that yet. Now take it. I did this before accidentally. Okay. Whew. I tried to give somebody something like this before, and it made him go suspect. And then I felt so bad. I escorted them to a station. Okay. But I think that was fine. Yes, that was fine. Great. Awesome. I'm moving on. Bye.
Warp drive active.
Baited on a free Pyrolantia. Hey, Mr. Savage. By the way, I think I can say this. Flame Bass, who's here, pretty soon I will be doing a stream with him. We're going to be working together, and I'm going to be mentoring him and stuff as soon as he gets all of his stuff situated. That's why I'm giving him these tips, because he's trying to get his stuff together, so that way we can give you some good quality squad streaming content together. All right. Looks like these things aren't open, so good.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, so again, Flame Bass, if you choose, so I am with the Galente Federation in faction warfare. So when we hit up PvP, we are either going to be doing Liberation Day stuff, which means you'll be doing Mimitar stuff, but you'll be able to use the expert system for that in order to get, like, if we want to fly like there's a Rifter free for all coming up, and so you'll be able to fly the Rifter just fine with just the expert system, so you don't need to worry about that. On the faction warfare side, we are Galente. You can fly whatever you want, but a lot of the basic builds that I fly are Galente. So if you want to focus on Galente, especially picking up that Drones 5 skill, that'll unlock a whole bunch of options, and then, you know, leave as much unallocated as possible. So then when we get to the final thing, the one piece to it is if we get into the Abyss, the Galente aren't that great for that, but we should be able to pick up something as a secondary option for doing Abyssal stuff if we wanted to go that route. Luckily, faction warfare is a great place for new players to get PvP experience, and get really good ISK for it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think that we could probably pick up everything you need for faction warfare and probably get you pretty close to, if not in the Gila, which is going to be your dream, at least solo Abyssal ship. We'll talk about all these details. I'm 1000% talking over his head because I don't think he's even, like, logged into the game yet. So we'll deal with all that stuff later. Just realize that if you go Galente, you won't make a big mistake. But also, if you go something else too, it's totally, we can work with it. Yes, you can work with whoever you want. My character is True Amar. Like, your initial choices make zero difference in what you are allowed to do later on. It is, the only impact is, like I said, like 45 minutes worth of skill training to pick up the skills that one starter character has versus a different starter character. Ashtarothi is loyal to Empyreans. She isn't quite sure what the Triglavians are, but she certainly doesn't. She sees baseliners as cattle. No, Empyreans with an E. We are all Empyreans. No. Actually, as a matter of fact, the one time I fought in such wars, I fought with Test in World War B1. But Empyrean, so the word Empyrean, I say it a lot. A lot of people do confuse it with goons, which gives me the opportunity to talk about it. But anyway, so like names in Eve, they like to use names very symbolically. You can tell that the people who make the lore of the Eve really, really loves the linguistics of things. And so names have meanings. And the Empyrean, the word Empyrean comes from, I believe it's the Divine Comedy. So you famously, you have Dante's Inferno, which talks about hell, but you also have Purgatorio and Paradiso. And in the same way as the Malabulge is one of the lowest hells, Empyrean is the highest heaven. So the Empyreans are Flame Bass, thank you for joining us down the rabbit hole with EVE Online. The Empyreans are the angels who live with God, right? That is literally what the word Empyrean means. And so when Chiton Yun, the ambassador to the Minmatar Republic at the very beginning of the Empyrean Age book, goes before the Senate and says, truly these Capsuleers are the Empyreans of our age. They are the spirits that will lead us into the next era. What he's saying is that he's calling us angels because we are these spirits that fly in the heavens. So it's a very fitting and poetic term. And I always love it because it shows a certain richness. And Voland HC, thank you for joining us down the rabbit hole with EVE Online. And of course, Ashtarothi, my character, loves it because she loves anything that makes her sound cooler than she is.
Immortal.
Poor Billion of Eve, thank you for joining us down the rabbit hole with EVE Online. You want to tell me about the cool lore stuff surrounding this event? Yeah. So basically, this is the celebration of the Minmatar liberation from the Amarr. We can start with the video, and then I can explain. Let me finish this site. I'll show the Minmatar Liberation Day video. We'll read through the World News article that was released as part of the Liberation Day event, and then we'll discuss any of the details that come out of that. Karma Fleet it is. I've heard rumors that Karma Fleet is recruiting. I have not tested the veracity of these rumors. Free of charge? That's not what I've heard. I thought there was like recruitment fees and shipping fees and all these things. I was told I had to give 2 billion ISK to my recruiter in order to get into Goon Swarm. That's not true? Oh, okay. I'm just kidding. Shipping is free. Just give all my stuff. No, you guys, like, a long time ago, I think Goon Swarm transitioned over to not doing those kinds of recruitment scams anymore, I think. If I remember correctly, when they first became a rental empire, they stopped doing that sort of stuff. Which a lot of people made fun of it for them at the time. But now they try to treat them like they still do it, which is kind of funny. A little bit of a double standard. Yeah, this is a Peld. So, P-E-L-D. Boom. Kill this prophecy. So this prophecy always spawns next to this structure. While the other site, you don't really know who's, where he's going to land. This prophecy always spawns right here. So it's really easy to get the max, your full damage on this guy. We'll finish this site up, and then I'll dock up, play the Minmatar thing, and we'll chat about that. Oh, yeah. Yep, that's exactly what I do. That's a good use for it, Mr. Savage. And, Mr. Savage, are you a streamer? I can't remember. You're a streamer, right? Yeah, I love the Peld. Like, when I first started playing, I remember being upset that there was no damage meters. And people got mad at me for that because it's a long story. But, like, for me, I think that we need these kinds of feedback to be able to get an idea of whether or not you're doing good or not. About time. You think I'm going to... Oh, my gosh, Capley Bread. That's hilarious. You're a streamer. Okay, great. Hold on. Let me give you a VIP. VIP, Mr. Savage. Anytime you see a VIP diamond in my chat, it means... Oh, nope, it's a slash command. VIP Mr. Anytime you see a VIP in my chat, it means that they are an Eve streamer. Should mean that. All right, let's stock up.
Warp drive active.
Of course, man. I support as many streamers as I possibly can. I believe that success is a tide that rises all ships, and that we all together must raise the quality and effectiveness of Eve streaming, because it really is a great resource, both for players, streamers, everybody.
Docking request accepted.
My moving logo made you think that there's an insect on your screen. I'm sorry. The Icky Tersa orbiting my logo? Whale. Let me sell these. Another 116 million. Sweet. By the way, anybody who wants to hop in, you can hop into my Discord and come and chat. I'm in the on-air channel. I think there's the Discord link. All right, now let's talk about, but we're going to talk about Minmatar lore real quick. All right. We're going to play the video first. Think about how to do this. Let's do it this way. Boo, I'm going to have to... Oh, yeah, no. This is going to... Yeah, let me straighten this up real quick. Whoop. Let me clean this up a little bit. Should have thought about this ahead of time. Made 2 different browser windows, but whatever. We'll just do it live. All right. Here we go. Here's the video. Here's the brand new video on the Minmatar Republic. Super good. Super good. But you'll see.
Let me tell you who we are. We have a legacy. A legacy that shaped us. A legacy that we've built. We united on this mother world. We rose together as the 7 tribes. One people forging our future. They came to destroy it. They tried to break us, divide us, to scatter the tribes. But we fought back. We rose as brothers and sisters, seizing victory from the vile chains we broke. And today we stand. We stand as the 7 tribes of Matar. We stand as Minmatar.
All right, super cool, super cool. All right, let's hop back over here. Reshape this page again. Get my peld window out of the way. Whatever. Good enough. So this is the World News article related to... Yay, it worked. This is the World News article related to the Mimitar Liberation Day stuff. Let me actually make a stream note about this. Hold on. And I'll make an intro just so I can like split this off into an actual movie. Hold on. Or video. Give me a second. Add stream marker. Boom. Got it. Okay. Give me 1 second. Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, and I just want to come to you real quick with the World News article for the Mimitar Republic Liberation Day event. So I'll be reading through it and discussing anything that comes to mind as I do. It's relatively short, and then we have a list of other events, which, of course, is where all of the real news always is. So let's jump straight into it. Mimitar Republic celebrates Liberation Day, YC123. Matar Pater. Vast numbers of Mimitar across the Republic are celebrating the 143rd anniversary of the start of the Great Rebellion in before YC 20. The festivities are being accompanied by nearly 2 weeks of celebratory liberation games, in which the 7 tribes capsuleers will compete for the honor of determining which tribe will control a new station in orbit of Matar for the first year of operations. The Tribal Council has determined that the new station to mark the Mimitar Liberation will have its administration determined each year in the games. So that means that this Liberation Day event is going to be happening each year, and that station is going to switch to whoever the winner is of each year. So for those of you that are like, Starkmanir need a station for forever, like it won't be forever. It'll only be as long as the Starkmanir remain victors. The Tribal Council has also ordered a broadcast of an address by Samatar Malakushakor, including a holovisual representation of the scene from the old Mimitar Empire, Amar invasion and occupation, and the Great Rebellion. Mimitar archaeologists, historians, and cultural experts were heavily involved in the creation of the holovid by the Republic's top cinematic circle, the Garolo Light Painters. As often in the past, Mimitar capsuleers are holding their own celebratory events today, which would have been Saturday, beginning in the Pater system at 1730 on New Eden Standard Time. This was put on by Ursha Khan and Alexis Matari, 2 old and storied RP player groups. As with the previous Liberation Day celebrations, a number of fleets representing the 7 tribes of Matar have assembled in parade formations across Mimitar space. Participants in the festivities are free to visit these fleets and celebrate with fireworks. The Liberation Games themselves are also include a tour of key sites in the history of the Great Rebellion and the Mimitar Republic, including the Eternal Flame and the site of the final victory at the Battle of Fort Kavad. The Tribal Council's new orbital caravanserai have also been completed, with a memorial statue to the late Ray of Matar, Prime Minister and Sebaster Chief Karen Midgeler under construction. The Bruder tribe have also sponsored and begun construction of a statue of the late Captain Karashol Murator, former Republic Fleet Commander and leader of the Defiance Freedom Fighter Group. This is a very interesting political situation. I didn't even know how big of a deal this was until I heard Arcia talk about this. This really talks about the core conflict within the Mimitar prior to all of the disruptions, from everything from sleepers to Triglavians to drifters to everybody. Before all that, there was this conflict between these different leaders within the Mimitar Republic and what it meant for this, the leader of the Mimitar to go up against this rebel leader, and who was right. So this is an older battle, or older wound between even the player base that they're picking at by putting up these statues. So it's a kind of fun piece, and we'll see if that leads anywhere, since these statues aren't complete yet. Liberation Games events includes special semi-holographic environments and combat drones designed to enact key battles from the Great Rebellion, the Battle of On Air, and the Mati Jailbreak. Participants in these sites will play the part of the Mimitar rebels, and other sites celebrate the efforts of the Mimitar resistance fighters to gain essential intelligence on Amar operations during the rebellion. That's the hacking sites. In addition, the Tribal Council intends to authorize those who have completed the tour of the Mimitar history to enter into the Proving Grounds as part of the Liberation Games. Sources close to Senator Malaku Shakur suggest that the tenuous and erratic diplomatic contact with the Triglavian collective has been attempted and led to an opportunity to show the Triglavians what the Mimitar Capsuleer fighters can do. That's interesting. The scope sources indicate that an abyssal proving grounds using Rifter-class frigates in a glorification proven will open on July 16th. Members of the Mimitar military circles who sent troops and pilots to support EdenCom efforts during the invasion are reported to have reacted to this development with mixed views. In one bizarre incident following the news, a Kuhn displaying a holographic image of EdenCom logo was planted on the grounds of the Great Caravanserai with a message in Kol Brutor script tied to the haft reading, "We have already shown the Trigs what we can do." Woof! That's a reference to the fact that the Triglavian invasion was famously just whooped in the Mimitar space for a long time, and there was 0 victories in Mimitar space until the very end. Occupation and border tensions in Amar Mimitar warzone. Despite the ongoing occupation in numerous Mimitar systems in the militia warzone by the Amar forces, with fresh gains recently scored by the 24th Imperial Crusade, the Tribal Council's order to reinforce key planets and bases is being carried out as best it can by stealth and light squadrons of ships. The role of the Flecker tribe in delivering essential supplies via wormholes and drops to Flosun 4 has been noted in particular. Operations on Flosun 4 itself continues as remaining Amar forces continue guerrilla action supported by drops from the Imperial Navy and occasional bombing operations. Remember, Flosun 4 has been kind of out of their control since Chakad lost it a couple of years ago. Mimitar, the besieged planets of Flosun 4 remain a matter of serious concern to the Republic military planners, as intelligence indicates continued rebuilding of the Amar fleets and their deployment to positions along the border. Republic fleet forces are themselves building up in the Amo, Horor, and Abdon Odotrik defensive zones. Tensions are also remain high in the border of the Amatar Mandate, with the highly militarized Odasur and Kenobanala systems reinforced by the Mimitar Republic and Amar Empire respectively. So it might be interesting to go there to see whether or not those forces are actually in space. They often are. Amar conduct over Flosun 4 continues to divide military experts, with outside observers unclear on the driving force behind continued interest on the planet. The opaque politics of this imperial court has become even more difficult to analyze, and the ongoing hunt for heretics and subversives occupies the ruling nobility. House Sorum and House Artichoper have notably increased their military forces and established a number of new bases, with cooperation at an all-time high between the two powers that has often been rivals for influence over militant and traditionalist factions of the Amar Empire. Probably because they're both in on the conspiracy. Order of St. Tentramon. I want to look into it. Okay. In other news, royal heirs of Kador and Khorazor families order review and security and trade between house territories. Queen Zidrez Khanid arrives and parses RKN base to oversee Royal Duchy of Fayoka. RKN would be Royal Khanid Navy. So this is the Khanid queen of the Khanid people. House Tashmerkon launches Stain region surveying program in partnership with Paladin Surveying Force. This is related to the fact that they just got a gate to Stain, and so Tashmerkon's kind of pushing their forces into Stain. It'll be interesting to see whether or not that ends up with conflict with Sanchis Nation. Acting CEP Chair Akimaka Saraki calls for end of emergency restrictions on Caldari citizens. This is going to be a big one, because this has been kind of the big concern within the Caldari state, the tensions that have been rising. We have Hasiota and Wiakomi corporations join Ishikone in lifting all emergency restrictions. So this group, Hasiota, Wiakomi, and Ishikone, they lifted the restrictions. We will continue to watch to see if any of the PKN actors, which would be Nogahuvi, Lidai, or CBD, if any of them, or how they react to these things, because those have kind of been the super sus group recently. Senator Belleron files a case at Supreme Court after documents leaked supporting veto of capital punishment abolition bill. So recently, Celis Agard managed to secure a whole bunch of funding, or basically won all of her political battles without having to deal with this capital punishment abolition bill, and ended up, I think, vetoing it, which was a big deal for the senator because they got it passed before her election. This is just Glente politics stuff. Basically, the short of it is that Celis Agard is winning support over her political enemies by making friends with border systems like the edge systems under threat and contention, such as Intaki. Kabar terraforming project reports accelerated. Oh, NB Jolly, thank you for joining us down the rabbit hole, Jeep Online. Trade between Solitude and other Galente regions up 17% following the opening of Eglehorn to Kenrick Stargate. That is, that's the new Solitude gate that was just opened. Kabar terraforming projects reported accelerated timetable, possibly thanks to capsular resource harvesting. This is related to the, we had the terraforming project that was going on during Liberation Day, which is kind of the justification of the Resource Wars event returning for Liberation Day. Just like we have the creation of the statues as justification for the Federation Day. So we had the construction or the terraforming project as part of that came as part of Liberation Day, or Federation Day for the Galente. And now we have the statues for Liberation Day. So this is saying that the Resource Wars or the mining blitz sites that were ran for Federation Day helped support the creation of the, or increase the timetable of this terraforming project. Cool. Republic Security Services object to demands from Edencom to share contact intelligence on Triglavians. This continues to be a question of whether or not Edencom is just a front for Amar intelligence to gain information from the Mimitar. They seem to be quite reluctant to work with Edencom for various reasons. Republic Justice Department raids terrorist cell in Matar City. Sources indicate an EOM affiliated. More crackdowns of the Equilibrium of Mankind. Sekal Clan troop transports spotted arriving in force on Inner 6 as Krulifer Angel Cartel gang war continues. This is a very deep storyline that I don't even feel like touching at the moment. I don't know enough about it. Intara direct action report raid on Ojidin Garissa space claims evidence of Insurum smuggling and human trafficking. This is the Garissas are part of an ongoing problem. It could be the Garissas are working with the Angels. Insurum is, of course, related to the drug that is used by the Mimitar to free themselves. So this could be a piece of that. But also the Garissas are going head-to-head against the PKN mega corporations quite a bit. So this could be kind of a counter propaganda. Hard to say. I need to look into the entire direct actions loyalties. Intaki Space Police thwart plot to assassinate Felix N. Karashi, head of the EZA FN Tech FN Station Cooperative. Serpentis deny involvement. I don't know much about that, but that's so the Serpentis may be attempting to assassinate that. If something happens to Intaki, that could be a powder keg, especially given the fact that Celis Agard is really using the Intaki to gain political leverage. Pro-Triglavian Capsuleers continue to fight for Clades and Poshfin following the Scorched Earth policy of structures. Hey, look, the Triglavians destroyed all their structures. Head of Federal Marines Intelligence testified to Senate on Triglavian subversion in Certhitude and whatever. These places under threat. Not sure where this is going to go yet. Testimony on Veil. Widespread use of coercive psychology techniques by Velis Clade despite collaboration by planetary governments. So the planetary governments of Veil famously kind of just was when Velis Clade stepped in, they were just like, oh, look, there's a new government. There's a new federation to be part of. Cool. We'll just be part of the Veil now, or we'll now be part of Veles. That's cool. But this shows that that wasn't good enough for Veles. They're still basically transforming them. Derail is their anti-AI development team. Extreme Environment Commandos who conducts counter-subversion actions in all colonies and Ugali Storm Planets 3, 4, and 6. There is some player stuff going on with this, but this Ugali's and Derail thing keeps kicking up. Counter-subversion actions, Extreme Environment Commandos, and it happening here. It makes me wonder whether or not this is associated with the Triglavians and them using Storm Planets for their colonies. But we'll have to see where this plays out. Caldari resistances on Como and Sakenta reported launching simultaneous operations against Peruglade bioadaptation centers. This is kind of spooky Because, like, Como is, I think, the Perenclade holding. It's one of the 3 homes, and it's also one of the only homes with stations, if I'm remembering correctly. And the bioadaptation centers are the stations. So rather than like, hey, CCP, you should add stations to the other 2 homes, this might even be a threat that they might be taking away the stations that exist in the 1 home system that is there, which is weird, but might be worth considering, I guess. All right, so let's catch up. That is the news for this, and then I'm gonna wrap this up. And so if this is for the YouTube, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. All right, well, let's see. Let me catch up with chat. Mr. Savage, you're having trouble signing up for Streamfleet. So if you go to that join button, the thing that's confusing about it is if you're a content... Oops, this is probably not right, but we'll go there. Streamfleet. You go to Streamfleet and then go to join. It's kind of confusing, but this is the join page. Oops. This is the join page. If you just click on the words content provider, it'll bring you to here, which will let you register. Hope that helps. Yes, the new gates are already open. No problem, Mr. Savage. Like, everyone's been running into that problem. That's why I was able to answer the issue without even fully reading what the problem was. I was like, oh, I bet it's this. Can I link the page that I was reading right now? Yes, absolutely. For more information about EVE Online's fiction, I did link, if you ! lore, I post some links. You can go to fiction.eveonline.com for all of the lore and chronicles and everything. And then evereader.org is a great website where Zendane reads the chronicles to you. If you want to know more about the Liberation Day, or the 7 tribes of the Matar, I made a video. So they just released a whole bunch of descriptions as part of the caravanserai, which I pronounce incorrectly every single time in this video, besides like one. But I made a video right there about the 7 tribes of the Matari that you can also check out. Or rather, the 7 tribes of the Mimitar. Not Matari, that's a different thing. Anywho, let's jump back into it. I still need to get all the way to my fireworks place. Oh, I definitely need to put on an ad again too. Hold on. Let me do the ad. So bad at this ad thing. I do ads technically every like 30 minutes or something like that. Never do it. All right. If you're about to run them, if you don't want to see them, sub or odd block, I guess. If lore was so important, why did CCP remove bloodlines? Because they A/B tested a lot of stuff about character creation, and the issue was that a lot of those choices, flavor choices that you ask up front, end up either A, becoming a barrier to entry for those players, or B, sets up an incorrect expectation about things. So they got rid of a lot of that extra fluff because... So I actually talked to CCP quite a bit about this because I recommended them remove character creation, like the actual avatar stuff, and move it to the end of the tutorial. I was like, you shouldn't have to like set up your profile or like what your appearance looks like or even choose what team you're on. Recon KF coming in for 21 months. Recon Cav, how you doing, my friend? So good to see you. I'm so glad to have you come in and say hi. Thank you for that support with the Prime sub too. So that's clever and kind of you. For those of you who don't know, if you have Amazon Prime, you already have Twitch Prime. And if you have Twitch Prime, you get a free sub that you can use to subscribe to your favorite streamer. Or barring that, you can subscribe to me as well. And if you do, you get all of the corporation logos involved, or all of the faction logos, I should say, or tribal logos for all of the tribes involved in the Tribal Liberation games, the 7 Tribes of the Minmatar, as well as some of the old favorites, Convocation of Empyreans, Aeron Robotics, the Triglavian Collective, all 3 Clades, and Edencom, plus, of course, my 07. And, of course, we celebrate these things by giving an big old 07. So 07 to you, Recon. 07's in chat. Thank you. What if your Prime sub already goes to your favorite streamer? Well, I mean, I don't know, man. I can't work out all of your issues. I gotta leave some of it to you. You're a grown ass man. You can decide what to do with your Prime sub. I do appreciate it though. You're a good dude. Anywho, okay. Where was I? I don't even remember. Hey, some combos. Let's see here. That's weird that the logos are all crushed together up there. I was saying something before I got distracted. Oh, the bloodlines. Yeah, so I actually recommended them move the character creation towards the end. And he said, you know what? They EB tested this stuff extensively. And what they found was, if you don't start with that character creation, it has this immense drop-off. It is incredibly impactful to retention. That apparently allowing them to make their avatar and go through that process is essential to good retention. But at the same time, the issue is that decision is kind of tense and can lead to a certain amount of disappointment. So I think that they went with a happy medium, but I also believe after talking to them that they are working on some other mechanic to allow you to like show your specific allegiances to join a faction or a specific thing after the fact or whatever, which is also probably why they did things like release these tattoos. So that way, if you want to be, if you want to have the tribal tattoo of your people, you can specify what people you're part of by choosing the tattoo and putting it on. The issue is that Bloodlines weren't achieving that goal. And also Bloodlines were released at a time in which attributes were different. Like the Bloodline you chose is what chose what attributes you had and other stuff like that. So the actual Bloodline system was kind of vestigial at that point. And like I said, they tested it and determined that it wasn't effective at doing anything. So hopefully they can reintroduce some of these concepts later. Well, they also, I mean, like a long time ago, they made it so that the appearance that you have, like they made it so that you can make your they could try, there's a certain amount of, you can give yourself physical appearance of a different race. It used to be far more locked down about what kind of appearances you can make with different races. I think that they changed that some, but I mean, it's good feedback. I'd recommend giving that feedback to CCP, but at the same time, like it's kind of hard to even discuss these kinds of things, given the fact that so little attention is given to that side of things right now. Hopefully, as we move forward with avatar-based, like showing things off, like animations and stuff, that might be a bigger deal. I know that like one of the things that these tattoos have taught me is that like I really wish that they spent as much attention on adding more accessories, and specifically accessories that can go on your face, chest, the parts that are visible as opposed to like shoes. Sorry, Zaneria, shoes don't matter anymore unless we can see them. But either way, like focus on more customization that we can bring to our character within the little bit of portraits and stuff like that. Because I see people across the board actively attempting to work with as little the few things that they have, and the frustration that they get with their lack of ability to, I guess, express themselves even in the single image that they get. Like if they can't get the correct logo, or they can't get the correct hat or the correct jacket or whatever. Amarians can't wear glasses. Well, they're genetically pure, don't you know? Is it still racially locked hairstyles and stuff? I thought that, like I said, I thought that they undid a lot of that stuff, but if so, then maybe they need to do more. Oh, I wasted my drug. Oh well. Still have a dose 1. I hunted for Minotaur lords for 2 years behind your videos. Not a lot of help out there finding Eve lore. Well, I mean, you checked out the fiction portal, right? I will say that the story Theocracy is, or Theodicy is pretty important to Minotaur lore. Well, you say that, Valamir, but they are introducing, like, there's a new set of jackets that are being brought in as part of this whole event, or this series of events. They are putting in new clothing and stuff. It just made me realize that, like, sorry, my point wasn't that my realization was that CCP should do this more. It was more that, like, putting in cosmetic clothing may be just as important to players' sense of expression as skins. And so I think that I've actually been opposed to the idea of introducing more clothes. But I think I've really turned around on that. Yeah, the fact that the fiction portal is as hidden as it is something that has been always very frustrating, which is why we're very happy that we finally convinced CCP. Like, the fiction portals at least link on the Eve Academy. We keep bugging them to put it on things like the launcher. The new Minotaur jackets, I don't think are in the game, or they're not, like, none of them have been introduced into the game yet, so that's why they're not there yet. The trivia contests and the propaganda contests are the first ways to get them. Just like the jacket that I'm wearing only came from Liberation Day. And the Amar one and the Kaldari one are still on Sissy only. So they're clearly doing more Avatar-based stuff. I wish I knew more about what the long game was for it.
Warp drive active.
Oh, the regular jackets that they give out. Well, So look, one of the things that they very frequently do is fail to put things on the market right away. So that might be something that we just like, it needs to be brought to their attention and they need to fix it. That's just one of those things that's very easy to overlook for one reason or another, it would seem. All of us would be more happy with more news out of CCP. I agree. Eveton? I can never remember how to pronounce your name, but 07, my friend. Oh, okay. I'll just get started, I guess.
Warp drive active.
Oh, forgot to repair my guns again. Not uncommon. Also down to 2,000 hail. So good thing I'm one jump away from where I'm going, and then we can go try to find more bullets and stuff. Right. I also like, I just remembered I like the jailbreak more than I like the escape, for sure. Yeah, I use hail. When you're tracking with hail is 65, you use hail. Between my implants, my ship, and the tracking computer, it hits fine. Well, jailbreak is easier to control. Like, unless the guy actually can out DPS me, it's very difficult for someone to get the rat off of me from the other one, because you know exactly where it's going to spawn. Here, it's too easy to have something wonky happen and have the ship land out of position. Twitch drops in Eve is something that would have me really, really excited, but I don't know anything about that. I remember they did give away stuff for Twitch Prime once, which I thought was a really cool idea. I really hope that CCP thought that was worth their time, but given the fact that it only happened once, I don't know. I do know that they are working with us on some things that I won't say much more than that about yet. Oh. All right, hold on. Oh, shoot. I mean, you can talk to CCP about whatever you want. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, God. I gotta finish this site, and then I gotta go deal with that. Hold on. Let's kill these guys. Oh, boy. My life just got excited. Hold on. There's a call from my son, but he's also playing VR, so I'm going to finish this site up, then I'm going to go rush out there and make sure nothing's wrong, and then keep on going. Yeah, I mean, I happen to have my implant set for Abyssals, so I'm just using that. Sorry if that was loud or obnoxious or anything. I'm going to try it one more time. All right. Yeah. Well, I mean, I find CCP Swift and other members of the CCP community incredibly accessible when it comes to sending them messages and talking to them about stuff. Obviously, I don't know if that's because of my personal history with them or because they are, that awesome to everybody. I can't vouch for that one way or another. I can tell you that, like, every time I've ever reached out to them, they've been really good about stuff. But I'm pretty sure that they're aware that Twitch drops are cool, and if they're working on it, they're working on it. I'm glad to hear that you feel that way, Mr. Savage, especially since there's been a lot of hate recently. Streamer privilege. I mean, here's the thing. Like, this way before I streamed, way before Twitch I even think was a thing. I was doing things like interviewing CSP Convict, who used to be Bam Stoker. I interviewed him when he was just the guy who set up Eve Down Under events to help him raise awareness for what he was doing. So he and I go way back. And, you know, obviously CSP Swift is Elise Randolph. I've done everything from doing shows with him, having him on to do interviews across the board. You know, we've worked together on a lot of different things. So, you know, as the originally, no, there are definitely Eve hipsters before me. I just happen to be one of the old guys still kicking around. I guess not even old guards, mid guards. But yeah, I've been talking about this game since 2012, doing podcasts and everything. So becoming a streamer actually was just a natural progression of things. But yes, I get it. I started in 2010. I say this at like the end of every single episode. Ponytail tells a tale. There you go. Yeah. Well, I mean, again, in particular, this version of the community team, I mean, like, I loved CCP Guard. I loved CCP Logic Bro. These guys were amazing people. But CCP Convict, CCP Swift, CCP Aurora, and even Darwin. Not Darwin. Oh, gosh. The other guy whose name is eluding me right now. He was not actually, like, recruited straight out of the community like all the others. But, either way, all of them are amazing. The choices that they've made to who to pick up to rebuild to build their new community team with Swift, Aurora, and Convict was just stunningly good decisions. And I think will only get better. I legitimately don't think that CCP Aurora and CCP Convict in particular have really been able to see their full potential. Because, like, CCP Convict, as I said, I originally interviewed him because he was one of the guys that made just dozens of gatherings happen in Australia and surrounding areas. So, you know, this guy is an Eve community manager extraordinaire when it comes to events and live events and stuff. And he was originally hired to really take on that role once CCP Guard left. But then as soon as he came on, pandemic happened. So we haven't had an opportunity for him to really be the live event community manager that he was meant to be. So as the pandemic begins to wrap up and the idea of having live events isn't terrifying to the majority of the population anymore, I think that we are going to see even more exciting stuff coming out of some of these guys. Which is, it's kind of weird to think of, like, this is only the beginning when it's a game that's, like, you know, coming on 20 years old. But in a lot of ways, it is a game that continually reinvents itself. And it continually finds that, like, the way it was before was good, but it can always be better. And I think that, I mean, like, there's always been a kind of a quirkiness to Eve where it's like, it's always been a matter of execution and stuff. So they've always had good ideas and been kind of wonky. And I think recently that, like, the wonkiness of it has started to fall away. They have quality developers. They've got good money. They've got, you know, as much as people like to crap on them. Like, I was talking to my friend about this war, and they were saying that this is the first real war. And I dug into that because, like, I think that the Bob War was really important, like the Great War. And I think that it was a real war. It had a breakdown of things and a, you know, ongoing story, as opposed to a lot of the other wars, which end up being non-fights in a lot of times. The original Great War was a true conflict, in my opinion. But the point stood that this is the first war where the war is truly built on the mechanics, right? There's no super cheesy thing that's happening. Like, there's been some little things like Ghost Titans and stuff like that, but not anything that, like, the mechanics of the game are supporting good conflict. And in a lot of ways, you can say that if Imperium are winning, they're winning because of the fact that they are using their mechanics better. Not because of some BS thing or coin flip or some like foregone conclusion. But that each step of the way, different tactical decisions are being made and being played out. And what we see now are a result of the choices and actions that players are making as opposed to the mechanics themselves. I personally feel that way, but other people might feel differently. But the point is that, even old school nullsecers are saying like, holy crap, this game, like the mechanics are working now. And I find that really exciting. And I see that through all the pessimism. I will be back in like 1 minute. Actually, I'm going to play that Mimitar video again, just for you guys, so that way you don't have nothing. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that the Goons are going to win this. I should correct myself. But my point is that the course of the war is based on good plays on both sides and mistakes on both sides, not server stability, not like super bullshit mechanics, like some previous wars. I'm interested to see. Well, we'll talk about my political leanings on this when I get back, I guess. I'll be right back.
Let me tell you who we are. We have a legacy. A legacy that shaped us. A legacy that we've built. We united on this mother world. We rose together as the 7 tribes. One people forging our future. They came to destroy it. They tried to break us, divide us, to scatter the tribes. But we fought back. We rose as brothers and sisters, seizing victory from the vile chains we broke. And today we stand. We stand as the 7 tribes of Matar. We stand as Min-Matar.
All right. Whew. Got a bathroom break in there too. So good to go for a little bit longer. Let's see here. Also, shoot, I'm gonna double check while I'm here. 8 minutes left on pre-rolls. Awesome. That's true. I mean, right now there's definitely no one can claim victory. So when the Imperium, when the fight got all the way to 1DQ, or while everybody was burning everything, I was saying that really what's happening, and this is a moral, not a moral, but a morale issue, right? The reason why Pappy is attempting to destroy all these structures is to try to make a big deal about how much damage that they're doing, to demoralize their opponent. But the Imperium's culture is such that they're insulated from this. And so they likely will not be as damaged by that as Pappy would hope. Furthermore, I said I'd be very interested to see when Pappy makes their first run up into 1DQ. Because in my opinion, that was when they had the absolute most momentum. So when they pushed into the constellation and failed to go in, I suddenly became greatly concerned about where their path forward is. And so, you know, now that we've transitioned into this kind of siege world of thinking, like, I feel like I'm not on Pappy's side, I'm not on the Imperium side. I just feel like the Pappy is making a lot of mistakes right now, but we'll have to play out. I mean, I'm just a third person watching it. At this point, I think the Imperium are doing a really, really good job at keeping their morale together and therefore keeping their people together. And, but I mean, it's one of the things that you could wake up one day and everything's changed. So we'll have to see. I think that the momentum has definitely been drawn away from Pappy as they once had. There once was a time where I saw the fall of 1DQ. It's kind of an inevitable conclusion, but now I'm not so sure. So I don't know if that means that I'm spouting Imperium propaganda, but I think that it'd be interesting for the Imperium to lose by the matter of force. I think that under the correct conditions, the Imperium could be broken. I'm very much on the good side. No, I'm saying, like, observing what I'm seeing right now, I think that Pappy is in a lot of trouble, especially after the last month. Up until now, I'd say that up until about a month or two ago, I was going to say that Pappy's doing a pretty good job. But I think that in order to understand, or in order to be able to destroy or to defeat the Imperium, you have to understand what makes them strong. But I think that more interestingly is that, like, this sort of mutual trap that they've all found themselves in. Now that they are in Delve, it's like these forces can't deal with, like, nobody can withdraw. It's the meme that was posted the other day was from The Office with them all pointing finger guns at each other. And I think that that's closer to what's happening right now, and kind of funny, where in the end, none of them are, like, it's becoming a quagmire, is what I'm trying to say, I guess. What is this rattlesnake doing? It will be interesting to see two things. One, if Pappy will continue to actually push into 1DQ. It seems like one of the things that they've kind of worked towards is more of a you never know when we're going to strike constant threat approach over the summer, by simultaneously kind of preparing to strike at any time, and also kind of teaching their guys, don't worry guys, go ahead and do other things in other places. So the war is long from over, probably. Kurtak, thank you for joining us down the rabbit hole, Jeep Online. I mean, as long as Pappy can hold together, they can continue to siege. Yeah, occasionally I see that too. You can't go in with anything, well, no pirate ships at all. No battleships. It's a stalemate thanks to the game mechanics limitations. I'm not sure if it's because of game mechanics limitations. I'm not sure if I agree with that yet. But we'll see. I mean, could be very well true. I feel like that's a quick excuse that a lot of people make a lot of the time. For I don't want to, we don't have the umph for it. Because the question is, if it under a different group with a different set of decisions and a different level of forces, would they be able to do it? I mean, I think that that's absolutely true. It's just you have to do the correct things.
A module has run out of charges.
Well, Dark Horse 13 Golf.
Immortal.
If the United States lost everything west of the Mississippi to Russia, the U.S. would be totally victorious. It's a solid argument, although I would say that it's more like the U.S. lost all of our external holdings, like, you know, because the whole point is that the Imperium could always have just lived in the place that they are, pretty much. That they expand out. It's farms and fields, right? So they're currently living in the castle. You're burning the fields. That's what sieges are. What ship am I flying? I'm flying a Stabber fleet issue. If you see here, I have, in fact, if you go exclamation point guide, Greygill has posted a really awesome guide for how to do these event sites, but I also have posted my specific fit on Eve Workbench as well as Greygill's fit. Yeah, well, I mean, one could argue either they're too scared to use it or it's not time yet. Hard to say. That's why I don't really want, like, I definitely don't want to be seen as saying, like, oh, this is one side is win, one side is lost. We are I am nowhere near feeling comfortable with saying something like that. I just know what the two sides' objectives are. And they are different. And they have different strengths and different victory conditions. But I would argue that those victory conditions, while different, are definitely mutually exclusive. Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, all of this complaining about scarcity stuff is kind of getting old on both sides. Blaming CCP for your problems has always been frustrating to me. Absolutely. But again, I've definitely seen both forces using that kind of excuse unjustifiably, in my opinion. The question is, though, with goons will win, is what does winning look like for the goons? Do you win when Pappy says sorry and withdraws from Delve? I mean, like, that's the thing. You just have to weather the storm. So it's not a question of goons will win. It's goons will survive or goons will hold. In a lot of ways, the goon's victory condition is simply the absence or the giving up of the opponent from their victory condition. Ha! 07, Valamir. I think that the notion that they did not say that the main goal of the Pappy forces was not to exterminate goons. I know that some people like to talk to some of the most flagrant rhetoric versions that some of the leadership of TESS has said, but in all actuality, the stated defined goal of Pappy was to reduce the influence of the goons. And as part of that was to, step 1, remove them from 1DQ, showing that they were not invincible, and step 2, continuing to harass them once they left 1DQ in order to, until it was no longer basically accepted that the Imperium were the de facto best forces in the game. They didn't need to exterminate them. They just needed to remove them from their top tier position. Now, the problem is that they haven't quite done that either. Joey Doey 9, glorification unfit, mortification unfit. You, sir, are glorified. I appreciate the raid. I welcome all of your viewers in. How did your stream go? Yeah, it reminds me of the Critical Strike patch. Most null blocks and some still say that nerfing super ratting and most stopped. Frat never stopped. I agree. Often when I hear people, nobody does this, nobody does that, everybody, blah, blah, blah. Anytime you hear that sort of stuff, it is either not true or it is deception. And often when nobody does something, it's worth a lot of money. Hey! Yeah, speaking of worth a lot of money, Vagabond Dawn of Liberation skin. Probably not worth actually 100 million, but definitely worth more than nothing. Definitely worth more than nothing. Waiting for the second spawn. What were you up to, Joey? Are you an Eve streamer as well? I'll give you a VIP if you are.
Warp drive active.
Ideas and words are fun, but actions and battles are real. Absolutely. Have a good one, Joey. But if you're a regular Eve streamer, Joey. If you tell me before you leave, I'll make sure to give you a VIP tick. Crucerol!
Active.
Another Stabber Fleet issue. For some reason, I don't feel bad about racing in Stabber Fleet issues. Okay. Okay, great. Well, then, Joey, let me get you that slash VIP. Joey. I don't know why you're not already there. Ah. Well, Joey, I'm out of VIP slots apparently, so I'm gonna have to take care of that another time. If you can DM me on anywhere, I'll make sure to hit that up. Yeah, dude, Bacon is taking it. That is not an alarm I like to hear on this ship. Okay, well, let's plug it back in. I'll be out there in just a minute to plug it in.
Here it is.
Okay. Whew, I'm glad that alarm exists. Yeah, she is kicking it on the Explorer side of things. I love it. The Explorer side of me says, let's go to war forever because the rest of nullsec is empty. I mean, war is good for the game. And it's good to get all these super capitals out of the way. Yeah, Daddy's gonna die. Not right now. Yeah. Here you go. No problem. When the lack of sack game mechanic was pushed... Lack of sack game mechanic. What? I don't know what that meant. Viewer Tech 2. I wish stream snipers would give new bros like Bacon a break, though. I think that... I think that the notion of stream sniping is vastly overrated. And I think that... and I've talked to her about this. That taking it as more of a challenge than anything. I mean, as an explorer, everybody's coming out to kill you anyways. And they all have different, like, all kinds of tools. And the fact that she's defenseless in a specific system doesn't really give anyone an advantage over just, like, her being an explorer out there. So, I've just encouraged her to accept the threat for what it is. Oh, no, she's... Dude, I am not overloading her. She's pushing it, man. She loves being out there in the black, exploring where nobody is. She got so mad when I got her to come home early. Yeah, I tried to kid glove it, and she wasn't having it. All I can do is teach her the mechanics and let her go. I was going to talk to her about using Potion to get back. But like I said, she's been having so much fun being out there. I haven't really worried about getting her home yet. Obaswan, how's it going, my friend? 07. Another streamer to go check out. I think I have SO commands for these things too. Let's find out. I do! Joey too. There you go. Check them out. Why? Why? Sorry, Obaswan. Going quite well. Had a great stream dot earlier. My bot killed you because of stream dot. All right, well, Streamlabs, I tried to trust you for your little I kill links thing, but that is less than cool. Just for that, I'm gonna shout out Obaswan again. He said, he had a great stream earlier today, though. That's what he said, guys. Don't worry. He didn't miss too much, I guess. Ugh. Stream elements! These bots, man. I'm working on my own bot. And then once that gets done, if I can ever work on it, I've got so many other things to do. I haven't even made it to my firework display yet today. I was supposed to do that first thing, and it's been 2 hours in stream, and I haven't even made it to the first location yet. It's gonna go, isn't it? No, it isn't. Yes, it is.
Can I have the cookie ice cream?
Not yet. Wait till I'm done.
Can I at least have it?
Yes. Yes. Oh, thanks. Come on, DPS. Get up there. Oh no, okay. Well,
Can
here.
I have the homemade snow with...
Yeah, I will, give me a couple minutes, and then I'll wrap things up, and I'll head on out there for a little bit, okay?
Actually, I can make it.
No, you can't. Let me go out there and figure it out, please. Okay?
Can I at least try this?
Yes, please. Thank you. All right, I do need to wrap things up and go and take care of my kiddo for a little bit. I might be live again later. I'm not 100% sure. Just kind of, I probably will be working on some stuff later on, more videos. I need to do the recording for the Triglavian video and some other stuff that I want to do too. How do you get around only one player gets credit for the prophecy thing? You just go and find the site and solo it? Yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons why I've got a ship that does so much damage is so I can win the races. Being able to not being able to hand it off to another person is kind of sad. But I had to just keep going at it. Having 700 DPS and like 500 applied helps. It would be nice if it was everybody within the site or everybody within the fleet that got credit for it at least. I think that would be best. As opposed to final blow. The loot going to the or not final blow. The loot going to the top damage is bad enough. But to get the loot and the credit for the kill, it seems like a lot. The other person gets nothing. And it really sucks. Anywho. I am going to go one more jump. Dock up. And then go take care of, or fire my firework, and then wrap up the stream. The mining is great as a group. That's true, because you can deposit the ore, and everybody's depositing the ore. And is there points for the gold, like getting gold or getting silver or anything like that too? It's probably a very efficient way. It's probably the most efficient way. Yeah. So the mining blitzes are the most efficient way for a group to get points. CCP, I think, really likes the contested value, contested nature of the sites, though. That's part of the problem of, like, just removing putting the loot throughout. The highest tier mining blitz sites are really good ISK if you can get a team of 7 people. Well, there should be a silver and a gold one too.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Oh yeah, wrong thing. I need somebody to find me who it is that we're going to be raiding when I'm done firing off this firework. Can somebody help me figure out who it is that we need to raid? Oh man, events are where all the excitement is, man. Did Crusoral? Yeah, we are Aider on Robotics. A lot of guys went with Crusoral. Hateless is on? Awesome. Sounds good. What is he doing? Oh, also Obaswan, if you're still here, 07. Oh, Macaroni Hangman. Some good options.
Warp drive active.
You don't trust it? Well, that's the thing. Events can also be extremely lucrative too. It's just you never know, and that's part of the excitement, man. If you're on the bleeding edge of things, sure, you can get burned, but that's also where you can make a fortune. Besides, the events have been really good this last year and are only getting better. The event... Shh. Shh. Stream. Been really good this last year and are only getting better. Shh. Oh, I would do... All right, we're gonna do this. We're gonna go for hateless. Actually, I'm gonna do a poll. Because I'm torn on this guy, so I'm gonna let you guys decide for me. Hateless is a good friend of the show, but he's doing a bunch of anti-trig stuff right now. I don't know how to feel about that. And then Macaroni Hangman is doing event stuff, so it might be a good choice. Smaller streamer. Let's go ahead and put up the poll real quick. We're gonna say new poll. Who to raid? Hateless or macaroni? I think that's right. Whatever. 2 minutes. Which tribe do they support? Oh, that's a good question.
Warp drive active.
Who to raid? Raid. Let's go ahead and ask the question. 6 votes in. Of course, this is one of those ways that I think you can just dump a whole bunch of channel points, make a decision if you wanted to. I'm not going to stream Slightly Hateless.
Docking request accepted.
Contempo just went live too. Well, the poll's already out open. Looks like Recon has also agreed, so we're just going to call off the poll early. Looks like we're going towards macaroni. We're going to do that. I've been Ashtarothi. I've been playing this game. Oh. Thank you for the follow, Joey Doey 9.
Immortal. Immortal.
Thank you guys for coming. I've been Ashtarothi. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to put even to context for you, my fellow Empyreans. Thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out. It has been wonderful. Thank you for the raid, Joey, and the follow. Recon for your sub. All of the other follows. Resage for your sub. Nolan, Sandman. You guys all rock. If you like what I do, these guys are the people that make this all happen, make this possible. I make content to help you guys understand and get the most out of EVE Online. It's my job. It's what I do, and I love it. And it's all thanks to you guys. So, in particular, I want to highlight some of my patrons. I pulled up the list. I'm supposed to have them all in a notepad or whatever, but I'm really bad at this, so we're going to do this live. Oh, man. Fixer TV, glorification fit, mortification unfit. You, sir, are glorified, but I am just wrapping up. I can't leave. More raids. I know. Fixer TV, I'm going to have to give you a shout out. I can't do any more VPs either, I found out earlier today, so I'm going to have to get that cleaned up too. All right. Tell you what. I'm going to go out there and get things situated for my son. Give me like 5 minutes. I'm going to put on my old Start Eve Now ad for you guys. I do want to say, I want to give credit to Seeds of Plenty, Mingdagus, Nephilim, Demetri, Abyssus, J. Kuhn's, Fatewinder, Serenalin, Rufflecrest, and Black Rose Gaming. And if I'm missing any of you guys, those are my patrons. If you want to, you can always join my Patreon. Links are down below. That's the biggest help. And these guys are the ones that make this all possible. So make sure to give them a big thank you. Otherwise, all of you guys who sub, who get those cool emotes and all that stuff, this is all the stuff that makes the show work. And there's, of course, affiliate links down below to pick up all kinds of cool stuff. The thing I do recommend for today is, hold on, let me get it. This is the Frigates of Eve book. It's got a cross section of all of the Empire frigates, and it has some cool lore and history about all the different empires, including a chronicle that is incredibly important for both the Mimitar lore and for the Thera storyline, called Eye of the Needle, which is the story about the discovery of Thera. But as you can see, like, these are just gorgeous, gorgeous covers. There's links down below about how to get it. Yeah. But there's plenty of cool stuff and Eve stuff. Let me get that video up. Real life takes precedence. It's true. It's true. But I mean, like, I can keep going. If you guys are willing to take a break and let me go get things situated, I can come back and do some more. That's totally fine. I'm inspired by y'all's passion. How about that? If this works, hold on. Properties. Oh, that's why. Ha.
Warping to Stargate. Warping to Stargate.
Hey, Goodwin coming in with his Twitch Prime sub. Thank you so much for that. You get all of the tribes involved in the Liberation Day games, as well as some of our old favorites, the Convocation Empyrean, Sancha, Drifters, Triglavian Collective, the Three Clades, and Edencom. Thank you so much for that. And a big old 7 to you. 07's in chat. Thank you. Doesn't have to be my 07. Anyone's 07. We just like to give 07s to celebrate subs around here. If you have another streamer that you appreciate and you have their 07, feel free to always post it up when I give these requests for 07s. As a way of posting it, you can show off a different streamer, and then people can see those streamers and see to go check out them too. All right. Here we go. I'm going to play this and BRB, I guess. Hold on. The Minotaur video is exceptional. But this one's long enough for a break. By the way, if anybody is interested in EVE Online, !EVE for a buddy code, I believe. Hold on. Yeah, you know. Shoot, I was supposed to change that. Anyway, whatever. We'll talk about that when I get back. Or I'll deal with that later. Whatever.
EVE Online is a vast universe, alive with the unrelenting activity and combined history of its players. Pursuing lives of adventure, warfare, and prosperity, they share this existence in the biggest single shard, free-to-play MMO of all time. Set 21,000 years in the future, EVE takes place in a distant cluster of over 7,000 star systems known as New Eden. It is a rich and diverse universe featuring densely populated havens of relative safety, governed by 4 great empires. Hostile systems where player alliances make the rules. Even regions of anomalous and unexplored space that hold their own secrets. You play as a Capsuleer, a revered breed of highly trained pilot, having achieved immortality through the use of cloning technology. You navigate the universe encased in an armored capsule deep within your ship, where you have complete neural control and function as one. There are hundreds of ships to fly in EVE. Everything from small, nimble craft and versatile mid-range vessels to formidable warships and colossal freighters. Each has advantages and suited roles, but all are completely customizable as you decide how to equip and arm them. What you do in New Eden is entirely up to you. Eve's immense sandbox gives you the opportunity to choose between multiple professions and activities. The key to this unique customization of your playstyle is skill training. This is a passive process, and it continues whether you are in or out of game. As a new player, you can focus on one specific area in order to quickly reach the same level of specialization as a veteran. So be adventurous and explore new avenues of development for your character, as you can always change role and reinvent yourself if desired. If you want to fight, combat in EVE can involve solo missions against non-player adversaries, or small group skirmishes, while for some, it can even be the thrill of fleeting up with thousands of fellow pilots and battling over disputed territory. If you want to explore, then the discovery of uncharted space and ancient regions that promise riches, danger, and adventure await you. You can also engage in the business of prosperity, be it industry, mining, or even interstellar piracy. The beauty of life in New Eden is that all of these activities, and many more, can be done alone or with others. A unique in-game market, unprecedented in scale and degree of player control, is the beating heart of New Eden. Players are responsible for the manufacture of almost everything you can buy or sell. The gathering and refinement of resources, the building of ships, equipment, and even some space stations. EVE's players are core to how the universe is filled and how the economy thrives. Players in EVE can band together to form corporations where they can enrich their experience, learn new elements of gameplay, and share their wealth and goals. When these player-run corporations grow to become larger entities, they can merge with other corps to form alliances. Powerful alliances regularly compete for control and influence over large areas of space, waging wars and engaging in record-breaking battles. Even taking down well-defended, sprawling, player-built space stations. In the spirit of exploration and mystery, new content and experiences are constantly introduced into the universe, with over a decade of free expansions leading to continual development and evolution of gameplay. While every action and decision has consequences for the universe and its hundreds of thousands of players, the game remains very much about your unique adventure and story. A story that will forever be woven into the fabric of EVE.
All right. Whew. Yeah, that is a good video. I can't believe you've never seen it, Recon. I used to use that like almost every one of my breaks because it's just the perfect length for a break. Wish you'd started playing the game a year plus before, says Nickel. Yeah, so does everybody. Anyway, except for the people that joined in 2004. They're either smug about it or sad that they left for a period of time or something. Either way, I just wanted to, on behalf of Mimitar Liberation Day, and because we were talking about the Frigate of Eve book, I pulled up the Firetail, and because that's the Republic Fleet frigate. And I wanted to show you, read from that book because there's a fun fact. There's all these fun facts throughout the whole thing. So here's something on the Firetail. During the development and testing of the Firetail, it was made clear to the Republic security services from sources within the Amarr Empire that the Imperial Armed Forces had been made aware of the imminent deployment of the Firetail into the Republic fleet's front-line arsenal in the war against slavery. 2 junior engineers from the Shamrock program were identified as having leaked partial blueprints to contacts within the Amatar Mandate, who had then passed them along to the Ministry of War. However, before formal arrests could be made, several staff members of the Shamrock Research and Development Program took matters into their own hands. The 2 young men were bundled into their EVA suits before the frames of their oxygen packs were welded to the support limbs of the Firetail's RD-60 radar sensor folds, one on the left side of the vessel, the other on the right. The prototype Firetail then completed a section of its flight trials with the 2 engineers exposed and attached to the hull. While no disciplinary action was taken against any of the staff involved, and no official report was released, rumors circulated that one of the men was quite literally cooked alive in his EVA suit by the radiation from the vessel's sensor foils. The other was rumored to have survived despite suffering severe internal burns from the same fate, before being summarily executed when the Firetail arrived back in dock after successfully completing its trials. The Firetail went on to be commissioned as a fully fledged combat frigate of the Republic fleet before the Amarr Empire could develop a viable counter. Bad things happen to people in EVE Online, man. 25 million SPN is a new bro still. That's pretty... Yeah, I mean, depending on what you're getting into, you can always be a new bro. Interesting. All right. Well then, let's jump back into this then. Hold on. Okay. Human trials complete. Quick, somebody go tell Ty that I found that we got Caply bread. Here, I'll tell him. No. Nope. That's why you gotta be careful. You gotta do the view market details on this stuff. I should have done it before I docked. Usually I do. Oh, but yeah. Yeah, let's do that. This is a Mimitar station. Oh, no, it isn't. It isn't. I'm so silly. Of course it's not. I thought, like, I saw the Mimitar system, and I was like, should be here. There are some Mimitar stations I saw that aren't that way, but this is all a Mars systems, Mars stations in a Mimitar system, which is pretty funny if you think about it. So let's just start heading to Heck, and I'm sure I'll run into one of them on the way.
Warp drive active.
Oh, and I need to swap my gun back on. Yeah, there are some in Heck. There are some of what? No, I need buy orders, not sell. Or yeah, I need to find the NPC buy orders. Are there? But I guess yeah, there might be some in Heck. But there will be some before Heck too. I guess was my point. I also need to put my gun back on. So let's get things done. Let's get things solved. I do need to get back to Heck anyways for more ammo and to drop off these things. Really? Okay, fine.
Warp drive active.
I just slammed down some coffee, which always... Yeah. Probably. Hey, it's a Crisural Tribe Bureau. I was really hoping that you could turn in the tokens for extra points for your tribe or sell them for 100,000 each. But we don't always get what we want, I guess. And I should be happy with what we did get because it's a pretty awesome event.
Warp drive active.
I just always like to push it a little bit further. The one and only Cider 07 to you, sir. I refuse to believe that the one and only Cider doesn't have at least some 07 emote under his belt. What a travesty. We should fix that somehow.
Requested. Docking request accepted.
Crisural! So, when I started Liberation Day, I basically spent the rest of my ISK on this ship. Not really, but I mean this character's ISK. And I've given away a bunch of ISK. I've actually paid out people better than I've pulled in because I also paid people for things that was going to go sell. And all the stuff for things that I sold are on my other character. So all of that is to say that the current ISK I have is all of the ISK I've gotten for doing the sites only from turning in gold loot and with paying out a significant amount of it to allies. So I could probably even like show that off better, but that should be fair enough. So without any of the drops, I have gotten almost $1.5 billion in gold loot. And then more, which I've then paid out to people. So probably at least 2 billion ISK in just gold loot payout from the event site so far. And then we'll head over to Heck to see how many skins I've gotten. Going through and transcribing the chronicles into my program, providing fun cross-referencing them. Oh, Chaos. Okay, so let me show you something. Oh! The one and only Cider given 5 gifted subs to the guy whose name I can never pronounce. Turandun. Omitted Crib 226, Vukus 1, Inklas. Hey, you guys all get all of the gifted subs. Gifted subs, one of my favorite things, the best thing in my opinion, my favorite thing for people to do to support me and my community by letting people in and letting people be subscribed on your behalf. You get all of the all of the tribes involved in the current Liberation Day. You can show off your pride for whichever tribe you support in any stream. In addition to that, you get a lot of our old favorites. We now have a flying pod animated emote, by the way. That's also another one. I don't show it off as much, but you can definitely drop the flying sperm in other people's streams. And then you have the Convocation of Empyreans, Aderon Robotics, Triglavian Collective, all 3 Triglavian Clades, and Edencom, Rogue Drones, Drifters, a lot of the other big ones, and of course, Santra's Nation. All for these guys, thanks to the one and only Cider. 07's in chat. You're a hero. All right. Where's my skins? Wo ist mein skins? Doesn't have to be my... Wow. Doesn't have to be my 07s, guys. If you have a streamer that you have a sub to that brings you an 07, please drop all of your 07s in chat. Let us share each other. My fortune, all the streamers' fortune. Let's get all of the streamers some awareness out there. You see an 07 you like? Check it out. I closed it It locks up my computer every single time I turn on personal asset, open up personal asset, and I was like, oh, just close it right again. I want to lock it up a second time. This is what I do for fun. There you go. That's all those 07s. I like that way cooler. That's way better. That is what we do here. We celebrate Eve streamers. And we don't talk about how the alignment of my camera borders is terrible. I don't know what happened. I do know what happened. Hold on, let me fix it. I can fix it real quick. Hold on. I can fix this.
The power they would have, the power they would have.
Nichols Lick. Oh wait, thank you for joining us down the rabbit hole, which is Eve Online. All right, hold on. I can fix this. I can fix this. Boom. Fixed. It was that my border got shrunk. Oh yeah, I need to take a picture of this for Ty. Hold on. Hang tight, guys. Hang tight. I gotta message Ty. Let him know that Capley bread is dropping. I need to keep the hail. Pyro. Optimal range. Meh. All right. Excuse me. So this is everything that I haven't sent to go get sold on the market. So I have sold several of the accelerators, and I did get one Leopard BPC that I sold for 200 million. And then these are all the skins I've gotten. So far the big loot has been, these two were already priced at 100 million. I imagine that that's going to change thanks to this market. A lot of these actually have no value because they didn't exist before now. And I haven't checked to see what their actual value on the market is yet. This Vagabond Liberation Day game skin is probably the most interesting to me because, as you can see, it's the only Liberation game skin that dropped. And I thought the Liberation game skins were only dropping from, or were only part of the login event. So this is an interesting one. I don't know how popular this skin is going to be, but if it is popular, then it's going to be a nice skin to get. It's going to be a nice skin to have to sell, probably. I thankfully already have a really nice skin for this, so this one's definitely either going to go for sale. Or yeah, there's this one, which I also have, but then there's this one, and it's either going to go for sale or for giveaway, probably, or given to a friend. One of the three. We'll figure it out. Woo. And if obviously I've got a lot of these Republic skins. Several of them are multiples, so probably going to do some giveaways for that. And Liberation Day skins. Nichols Click, you want this one? Well, I don't know how, but come join my the Convocation Imperians and keep bugging me about it, and I'll probably give it to you. Let's see. Boo. All right. This. Oh, these are just applied immediately. Boo. Okay. I shouldn't have opened this. Oh, well. Now I'm going to have to carry this stuff home. I guess I do have to already carry a bunch of this stuff home. Hold on. Let me check this out. I haven't looked at this stuff yet. Please, accept my minor distraction. That actually looks pretty slick. That looks okay. Now I kind of want to see the Galente one. The Vagger one? Yeah, it dropped. Yeah. If I was Mimitar, I would definitely wear that. All right. Now then, I think I have some hail around here, right? Do I? No? Okay. Okay. You need to do more sites? Man, okay. So just to give you an idea of how many sites I've done. Remember, I get 10 points. Every time I get the loot, I also get the credit. And about 110 of these points are from doing the events or the tour. So if you assume that and just average it at like the rest of them are just 10 per prophecy that I killed and got credit for, then that's what, like, let's just say 100 prophecies so far. Low sec is going to give you way better stuff, but they're almost like they're very, very difficult to solo. So small team. Uh, 500 ISK around. I mean, sure, right? That's only 9,000 above average. Fine. Man, anybody who has access, like, is selling this stuff right now is making a killing. I don't know why I'm not. Anywho. Yeah, it's dangerous too. But that's so the thing is that if you're like a 3 or 4 man team, you're making 10 times as much ISK per site. So 4-man team working together in low sec is going to make way more ISK together than you are soloing in high sec. You're going to have less actual competition over the sites because, you know, like whatever. And if you set it yourselves up right, you're one of the scariest things roaming around. So it's not like your average dude will just be able to pick you off either. You can go as a 4-man PvP team. And run the sites. You could even have like an assault for. You can have a faction cruiser that's just like the core that runs the sites, and then like some like 2 assault frigates and something else, or whatever you want. Because like I said, you're making so much ISK in those sites that if you could go roam and control the area, yeah. Oh shit! I need to still swap out my shit. Hold on. I haven't done it yet though, so I'm talking out my butt on this one. But I have done it in previous events, and it's been true. So I want to do it soon. I think honestly, like a team of 4 or 5 assault frigates could go and have a lot of fun, but a team of 4 or 5 cruisers, like I was wanting to do just our normal Vexer comp with execs. The issue with that is how nasty these rats are against drones. So maybe a thorax supported exec build or something like that. Or like 2 execs, 3 thorax. Or stabbers or whatever. Whatever you want to do. We just, we have the Glente ships usually sitting around, so. God damn it. I did leave a gun behind. That's what happened. Yeah, it's interesting. There's a lot of people that really dig the Liberation Day skins. I'm not sure what exactly going on. I know that there's a lot of people that really don't like it too. But I've noticed that like more than some of the ones that are just kind of there. There's a lot of people that are like, man, those are really nice, and it's just like the extra ring or whatever. This is funny because I've had people refer to it as a coffee stain. The diversity is good, but the grind is pretty rough. For which? Oh yeah, the gun's in here. I'm silly. I didn't have to dock up again. And I could have just repaired. I am... Oh, I also didn't take everything out of my Shit. No, my gun was in here. Never mind. I'm dumb. I'm not dumb. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Let's just take the guns out. Put this thing on. Put this thing on. Stop saying I can't speak. That's what dumb means. And go run some sites. Today I'm going to go towards Alf. Yeah, but I mean, 45 sites is not that hard, honestly. And as I think it was noted earlier, if you really want to grind points, I think that the most effective way of grinding points, to be honest, is form a small team and go, or even just solo or triple box it yourself and go run Resource Wars sites. However many people you have, run that tier of Resource Wars sites. If you've got at least 6 or 7 people together, you're also going to make really good ISK while you're doing it. You'll make okay ISK if you have less than 6. But, you know, you can go run those Resource Wars sites, and every 10k ore you do, which is every site you run, is worth points. They're not spawning in the faction warfare zones? Huh. Lame. The other thing I was thinking about is if you can, like, if you really want to, if you're really daring and you want to just make it happen, you would just go to Great Wildlands, potentially. And really ham it up there. That is not... That's really interesting. Well, the Amar Mimitar Faction Warfare Zone, some of those systems are originally owned by, like, you have to go to systems that are owned by Mimitar. It's just like during Foundation Day, you know, some systems had the bonus to warp speed, some systems didn't in the war zone, and it didn't matter who owned it, it mattered who was the original owner of the system.
Warp drive active.
So you'd have to go to systems that are owned by the Mimitar, not just owned by the Mimitar Faction Warfare group, like on the side of the Mimitar. Because basically, systems that are owned by the Mimitar that the Amar hold are occupied systems. Same way with Amar versus Mimitar, technically, to like the lore or whatever. And I never, all of that, and I still didn't repair my heat damage. Isn't that hilarious, guys? I am he who does not repair heat damage. That's so lame. Do you still get the warp speed bonus and they still don't have them? Huh. That's so bizarre that they wouldn't be spawning them. Like, I assume that you've been out there, like, this whole time and, like, know what you're talking about, not making a mistake or anything.
Warp drive active.
Huh. Well, so, you know, I've known that that's happened before. This has actually been true a lot of the times with events. And it's something I've long suspected, that given the faction warfare sites are also anomalies, that there's something about the spawning mechanics of faction warfare sites that basically packs the anomalies. Shoot, hold on. There we go. Such that, like, because it's usually true that event sites don't spawn in faction warfare areas more than other areas, but I've always kind of felt paranoid by saying that. Do I keep getting this messed up? Whatever. Yeah. Well, the Crimson Harvest worked fine, but even then I remember that there have been reports. I don't know about that particular event, but I remember a lot of events have had problems where it was hard to find the sites, and it was specifically hard to find the sites in the faction warfare area. I know, right? I think that was who was it? Uh-oh. This thing isn't keeping up with my updates. Hold on. It was the one and only Cider. Yeah, the one and only Cider. Gifted five subs. I think that, so my plan was actually to go raid somebody out, and then I didn't, and I think they were just really happy about that. Hey, Serenalin. Man, Serenalin also doesn't have a VIP badge. I can't give you one right now because this thing's being dumb, but I can give you a shout out. Contracts up for sale. If there's anything in there that you want. Maybe? So here is, by the way, pro tip about this event site. One of the reasons why I like this site a lot better than the other site, in the site with multiple rooms, in the site with one room with multiple warp-ins, which is not this one. It would be the escape one. So I like the jailbreak more than the escape. In the jailbreak one, which is here, the final boss is like the prison warden or whatever. So it spawns right here. So if you know what you're doing, you can always make sure that you're at least next to the spawn. Now, the opponent might also know what they're doing and might also get next to the spawn. But, you know, my problem actually ends up being when somebody can do something tricksy with the warp-in spawn. So I like this site. If I know I'm going to be contesting, I want to contest in this site better or more because I have more control over whether or not I get on top of the NPC because I know where to go. You were hosed this year because I don't understand. I don't understand why that hoses you. First of all, who is you that's being hosed? And how does this hose you for the Nephilim to look cool? Oh, the faction warfare guys. I don't understand how the Nephilim part screws you over because now Mimitar ships can look like Amar? Do you understand who the Nephilim are? Nice. Yeah, the Nephilim are the Amatar, basically. They're the Nephilim that have been redeemed and let back in. Yeah. Hey, awesome. Second stabber. Or second prophecy, and the stabber warped off. Perfect. That's my favorite. Yeah, so I mean, it totally makes sense that the Amatar and the Nephilim, or the Nephilim look like Amarian skins on Mimitar ships. I don't see the problem with that. All of the tribes are getting a lot of support with this event. Let's rep. Because we can't go into Mimitar High. Oh, yes, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's lame. That sucks. No, I agree. That's going on my what's wrong with this event list. Thanks. I'm obviously, I mean, no offense to you, but I'm obviously going to verify it independently because I've had plenty of people say plenty of things to me. But that if that's true, that's not good. That's bad.
Warp drive active.
I thought you were so the big thing for me is that the rewards are not clearly explained or visible at before you make the choice, and the choice literally says that the results are comparable or something, which is not true, especially given the fact that you're kind of wanting to give people like you don't know which one of those is going to be that it's going to be comparable to them, right? And so people are making a choice before they understand the implications of those choice, and then they're being held to it, and it kind of sucks in that sense. Yeah, a second prophecy can spawn, and then likewise, if sites aren't spawning in the Minmatar Amar faction warfare area, then that is a missed opportunity to the extent that like it better be a bug, and CCP should be like, what the hell, why? Because if that cannot, it just simply cannot be intended. I mean, I'd be happy to hear you out on that one, the Great Kinsey, but given the fact that there's 2 combat sites everywhere, 2 difficulties of 2 combat sites, which means 4 combat sites, which is more than most of these events have had, for a holiday that is usually basically a login event, because up until now, Empire holidays have basically just been login events unless something else is happening. So the fact that this is being upgraded to being an annual big time event with hacking data sites or hacking, combat, and mining makes this kind of one of the most extensive events that we've had, period. So I'm interested to hear what makes it not a big event. And again, I'm not trying to like white knight or anything right here. Like I'm giving you my opinion so that way you guys can, somebody can, or you can convince me otherwise. I'm very interested to hear what you have to say about it. I think the time frame is a bit too short. This is a very common complaint that I have as well about these event sites, about these events. I do think that like once we get into this idea, because like these events are starting to come back now. These events have evolved over the years, and each year has kind of changed things. But in a lot of ways, we're seeing kind of like the full form of what is going to be like the annual events. And so the more that that's true, the more that we should be able to prepare for it and kind of create a rhythm of shifting things. I do wish that it was like longer. I think a 3-week, 1-week cycle would be better, personally, than a 2-week, whatever we have cycle. But I mean, this is still something that everybody's kind of feeling out, I think. Really, Rubes? That is... I mean, I can only imagine that if they're doing it intentionally, they're doing it because they're trying to see whether or not they can draw interest to specifically non-faction warfare LoSec. But that is just so bizarre to me. Yeah. Well, remember, you can also open up your agency and see adjacent systems. So that you should be able to check far more systems far faster that way. I mean, if there's none, it shouldn't be difficult. Historical arena, non-faction warfare. It is intentional. Okay, well, cool. Fayssal. GG coming in and with his 23 months in a row. You know what that's spooky about that? And I say this every time. That means that Fayssal is more consistent than I am. And I deeply appreciate it, my friend. How you doing? It's so good to see you again, Fayssal. I love it when we get to catch up with each other. Let's give a big old 07 to Fayssal. 07's in chat. Give me all your 07s. My 07, other streamers' 07s. Just the 07s. That's fine too. All the 07s. I'm glad to be back live, man. Hey, Nth Dimensional, how's it going? Let's give him a shout out. Stream Elements keep saying, I'm here too. I'm like, yeah, but I don't want you to be. Yeah, I guess, I mean, do you have any of that low sec that you could just dip out into in order to see? Because, like, I don't know, man. That's lame. I think it'd be, like, especially given the fact that it was, like, frigates and cruiser based. Like, it just makes sense that you would just run those sites while you're doing everything else in faction warfare. I feel like that's a huge missed opportunity. Fayssal, you're just a good friend. That's all. Well, yeah. I'm doing well today. I'm doing very well. How have you ended up liking these the hacking sites, Nth Dimensional? I have a new streamer who has joined the convocation. I keep pointing her to your videos. I don't know if she's watched them yet or not. She is a nullsec exploration girl, man. Like, I taught her to yeet the first day, and then I got a little bit spooked, and so, like, let her home, and she got mad that I let her home too quickly. Grabbed another yeet filament and left again, and, like, went and got lost in nullsec. And I'm not sure if she ever, or what else happened to her. She's died a couple times, at least once now, but she's doing great out there, and so you should check her out. It's a Baconator Sam. That's what it is. Yeah, I agree. So I've heard that it's too hard to find event sites for hacking. Do you find that that's true? Oh my God. Look at all these tryhards here. Look at all these tryhards here. I'm gonna have to try the hardest. This is gonna burn out my guns. I can't do this. Boom. Didn't get it. Ah, boo. All right. I need to go repair my gun so that way I don't do that again. Kinda yes. No. Is it 15 available low six systems? 15 available low six systems in all of New Eden. Oh, why did you do non-faction warfare low sec? What is even happening? So, Nth Dimensional, what I was thinking, though, is that, like, that would be the perfect time to go to nullsec, right? When you go to Great Wildlines to find hacking sites? Have you tried to find hacking sites in HiSec?
Warp drive active.
That's lame. Worst case scenario, I die horribly. It's not a terrible solution or a terrible result, honestly. Null and high have the same goodness, which is like 150. Oh, so the low sec hacking sites are also better, but are constrained to 15, 16 systems. Good golly.
Warp drive active.
Huh. That's, man, that is some concentrated focus. Maybe that's why there's been so much bloodshed and stuff. That is, I mean, I really wish I had access to some of CCP's metrics on some of this stuff. And I want to know whether or not what CCP... I'm going to have to find a like, interview Fozzie soon again to see what he thinks about this event after the fact, maybe. Or maybe even in the next couple of days, now that we're midway through. Just like we did for the mining blitz. We'll see. I'll reach out. You never know. I should probably pay attention for sites, huh? Almost caught Erst. Is the Abyss still going strong? The Abyss is still very good. Although they made the Abyss... They added some new... like... sites or scenarios to the Abyss. If you don't know, the Angel... There's now an Angel room, a Santra room, an Edencom room, and they also introduced the Triglavian battlecruiser and destroyers to the mix. So there are some... It got significantly nastier in certain ways, and some of the older builds don't... Like the Hawks aren't as clean as they used to be. But it's still as good as it used to be, and there's actually now a whole nother tier of difficulty up. Hold up. What's up? Oh.
Warp drive active.
All right. Well, I guess he was just saying, well, wait, drop him behind me, I guess. I don't know. I'll go check on him after the set again. The combat sites have way better chance to spawn skins. That's probably true. Hey!
Warping to Stargate. Warping to Stargate.
Zavros, thank you for that. You get your Twitch Prime sub. Yes, as you pointed out, it is indeed free. If you have sorry, Amazon Prime, you have Twitch Prime. If you have Twitch Prime, you can sub to your favorite streamer once a month, or myself if you don't have one. Just like XX Savros just did, and gets all of those tribes as part of the current Liberation Day games, and some of the old favorites, and the new Flying Pod, as well as the 07s, which of course the 07 is how we welcome people and celebrate these sorts of things. So big old 07s in chat. Everybody 07s, my 07s, other streamers 07s, your 07s. If you're a streamer, just the letters 07. It's a salute. It's how we welcome one another in this game. Thank you very much for that sub. Now you don't get an ad break, which I'm about to start one. Ha 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 ha. So all you people who didn't get subs, bah ha 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 ha. All right, no. I'm definitely going to do an ad break right now, though. Hold on. And boom. Yeah. What now? Oh. All right. I need to, I forgot to make him his snow cone earlier, so after the site, I'm going to dock up again.
Warping to Stargate. Warping to Stargate.
BlackRoseNoble. I made sure to call you out earlier as part of my Patreons, but you are, in fact, one of my top patrons, and now you are, once again, a Tier 1 sub for 3 months in a row, 10 months total. Thank you so much for being part of my community. Black Rose, you're a good dude. I'm not sure what you've been up to in Eve. I really need to catch up with you on some of that stuff. You need to DM me what's been going on. But beyond that, let's celebrate yet another subscription support. Thank you guys so much. And another valuable member of our community with a big old 07 in chat. 07, sir. I think also we might be close enough where if there's a third person that either donates, we might get a hype train, but like, I don't know for sure. I will also say that if we get a tier 4 hype train, I will give away a Raven's scope syndication skin, but that's an ongoing offer. Black Rose, how have you been doing? Sigibated? Keku? I don't. Okay. Why is that guy all the way out at 26? It's kind of bizarre. That's not what I'm used to seeing. Every 2 weeks is a new sprint. There you go. That's how you do it, man. Are you going to come in now? No? Okay, fine. I'll go to you. Whatever. I'll send drones. Man, it is so cool to see both Fayssal and BlackRoseNoble in here. Both people I've encouraged to get into software development and stuff. And have been pretty successful with it. And I'm really happy about that. I am still wrapping it up, but I think I've only got a couple more dudes to shoot, and then I'll go out there and make you your ice cone. You can come watch if you want. Of course, Fayssal. No, he's just going to just stay out there, isn't he? Weird. Oh no, he's coming in now. Maybe? Am I bouncing back at him? I don't even know. Where is he? He's not really moving. Weird. Hey, but if you're going to come, you can play with that out there, or you can come over here and check this out. But I'll be out there in just like 2 to 5 minutes. That's right. You can always fail, or you can always fail at doing the safe path, so you might as well do what you want to do. Jim Carrey said that. stream ending. I need to go, like, it'll be like another 2 to 5 minute break or something like that. Unless you're going live. If one of you guys all sitting around here wants to take the torch, I'd be happy to hand it to you. Also, I don't know why I just did that. That was really dumb. I just like giving away my kills, I guess. But I'm not gonna. I think I win. I mean, unless he's got something crazy up his sleeve. Which he does not. All right.
Warp drive active.
Great. And I don't know what real soon is, but I'll raid over to you. Absolutely. Sounds like a great plan. In fact, go do it like right now, so that way I can raid you like right now.
Docking permission requested. Docking request
If you can.
accepted.
And I do the same thing then Dimensional. I'll hop in his channel and see what's going on. Not just to say hi, but also like if I'm going to go live. You know, it's always good to have these handoffs with people that you know. Glow Hollow, how you doing, man? I think I'm wrapping things up. Maybe, I don't know. Nth Dimensional should give me a sign. Blink twice, something. All right, well, in that case, I will put on another YouTube video. I have another one. Is this going to be a shorter one? This is going to be my Aderon Robotics video. This is my entry for the Galente Federation Day propaganda contest. Oh, yeah. Total Chaos. Oh, right. Hold on. Before we go into that, I will say this. There was somebody, we were talking about cross-referencing the Chronicles. I just wanted to make sure that you guys saw there is the Isabel, who's the software developer who made Cybernauts.space, also made this. What they do is they have a cron job that basically pulls the Chronicles when I let him know to, or when he notices that there is one to pull. And then, so all of the Chronicles, not all of the Chronicles, all of the world news articles as they come out are formatted, indexed, and put into here. So this basically becomes a searchable history of, so like if Ishikone's in the news, I can search for the word Ishikone and see every single time Ishikone Corporation has come up in the world news articles since world news articles began. Incredibly valuable. It's one of the reasons why I was able to do any research at all into Celis Agard when she was running for president and then got presidential election. So a powerful tool when it comes to the whole cross-referencing thing. And then in addition to that, I have the Precursor Crisis document, which I created, which basically is a bunch of all of the text that I know of that I could find related to convocation or the Triglavians, sleepers, and other interested parties in the Precursor Crisis. So that was originally created so that way you can just control F in that area too. So hopefully that's some good resources for you guys. All right, let me put this on and then I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Yeah, it's just reading it off the RSS feed. The thing is that every time it pulls a new article from the RSS feed, it just makes it into a new document and then stores it onto the GitHub repo. So, GitHub is just a repo of text documents. So we just have a repo of every world news article. So, and you can search a GitHub repo. So that makes an index of every single world news article that is also searchable. All right, hold on. Where freedom, law, and justice is denied, war is inevitable. Nearly a millennium and a half ago, the Gorun Empire collapsed, bringing chaos to the planet of Gallente Prime. However, from this struggle came the birth of freedom to the New Eden cluster. It was this precious seed of freedom that first made contact with their younger sisters on their neighboring planet of Caldari. The planet of Caldari Prime was cold, and only recently habitable thanks to the completion of an ancient terraforming project. But with the aid of the Gallente people, they were able to survive and thrive, and together they took to the stars, and together they built the first Stargate from their mutual cradle of Luminaire. Soon after came contact with the Intaki and the Manar, and so many others. So many lost and wayward children barely surviving on their own. But together, freedom grew. But the Caldari refused to contribute to the shared burden that freedom brings to those who wish to maintain it. The gall of the corporate overlords have driven their people to deception, rebellion, and terrorism. Where freedom, law, and justice is denied, war is inevitable. On February 21st, YC-111, Marcel Devereaux, AI genius and cluster-renowned engineer of Capsuleer Tools, was born for the second time. His dream of a robotics and technology manufacturing powerhouse was soon realized in Aderon Robotics, named after his home constellation. But peace was not for Aderon Robotics, not so long as freedom is in peril. Marcel was a fierce loyalist to the Gallente people, and in YC-114, when the Militia War Powers Act of YC-110 was restructured, the once industrial powerhouse of Aderon Robotics transformed itself into the defenders of the innocent and killers of those who would persecute them. When the Northern Militia deemed Hades too hard to hold, Ader held. When the Caldari Uprising of YC-118 caused the majority of the Gallente powers to give up their territory, Ader refused to give up the South, and from their base in Fliet, the South held. Inspired by Aderon's stalwart defense, Mecha Enterprises' fleet joined up and Federation Uprising was born. From Intaki to Valor, the South was free, thanks to FedUp and Aderon Robotics. Only after Ader was asked by FedUp to leave the war zone was the Caldari allowed to take Fliet, if only for a moment. Enraged by this, Aderon left FedUp and rejoined the war zone, retook Fliet, and again it stands as a bastion of freedom in an otherwise conflicted war zone. Now the Gallente militia is in shambles. Valor Accords, previously seen as the last bastion of Gallente support in the war zone, has moved to Mimitar militia, abandoning the Caldari and Gallente war zone. The fighting is hard. Organized pirate lords roam the area, and new threats rise within the state. And now an army of Amarian drones have descended upon our territories, threatening everywhere not being actively patrolled, and bringing the threat to our very doorsteps. But we will hold. Aderon Robotics needs you. The Federation needs you. Freedom and democracy itself needs you to join us in continuing our journey. When they said it couldn't be done, we did. When they said it wasn't worth it, we proved them wrong. Defend freedom. Defend democracy. Join the growing legacy of Aderon Robotics. And I didn't get water. Well, we'll make do. Alright. Or I'll go get some. Hold on. Let me get you guys a link. If you guys are interested in trying out Aderon Robotics or a Convocation of Empyreans, you can go to aderon.org to sign up. We also have the Faction Warfare tactical map that we provide to everybody. And we also have a really cool, we don't talk about this enough, but we have a cool skill visualizer that you can use to kind of look at your skills and look for any holes in your support skills that you might have. Those are all public available tools. You don't actually have to be part of Aderon or Convocation at all to use them. Nice. Awesome, Sernub. Well, the big pushback is going to be starting very, very soon. No later than the 20th. Oh, excuse me. Oh, wait, hold on. This Escape from Mondaire. Is this one? Who's in it? What's in it? What are you in it? Stabber and Double Osprey? Psh. Okay, I'm good, thanks. So I think I'll probably be getting back into faction warfare as early as tomorrow. I don't know. What is the state of the war zone right now? Let me go look at the tactical map. Looks pretty steady. They've really pushed down Odo, Naga, Devon. That's the really big impact of me not being there. They haven't taken Hadley's. But our push into their territory is totally faltered. So we're gonna have to rally our forces, get things ready to go, and really push and hold on to the push if we're going to knock them out.
Warp drive active.
Well, hopefully that video that I just posted will eventually shame Valor Accords into coming back to the Galente militia side, and then Minmatar militia will have a little bit less support. There are no active groups in the Galmil zone, except for there is. That's my point. We've been extremely active. What's up?
Warp drive active.
You didn't add enough.
Okay, I'll try again. We'll try again in a few minutes. Okay. Awesome. Ragnar828, thank you for joining us down the rabbit hole of Steve Online. That's weird. I could have sworn you followed me before. I've said that name like a few times, I want to say. That's weird. Well, yeah, there's this new group, Marine Division, in the Caldari side, and they've pushed Aderon all the way back to our home system. So we've been fighting the war zone between those two systems, like around the Sudrento, Faliet area. Like one or two of those systems have been on the most dangerous systems in LOSEC list and has been in the top 5 most dangerous systems in New Eden pretty much nonstop for the last month. So it's been pretty wild, actually. The botting problem has been somewhat alleviated, but for the wrong reasons. The bots have, since they've now basically taken all the systems, the bots have largely, some of them have moved over to Minmatar militia, so that way they can plex in the other direction. We have had to start sending out like pirates and assistants to kill them to not lose standings ourselves. But because we've kind of been pushed back as far as we have, it's now fighting of real people against real people. Bots are not really involved in the current level of conflict, because once we start pushing back, if the bot problem hasn't been solved by then yeah, technically I think that we would be gain game initiative, I guess, or momentum from that, which I definitely don't like the idea of. So one of the reasons why I'm more willing to kind of lean into things like this event, to kind of let things cool for at least a few days, and then before we begin our real push back into the war zone. Well, the bots and farmers do, like, that's always been true. But the problem is that it wasn't bots, it's farmers, right? So, but rather than that being a bad thing, that's actually a really cool thing. That's an aspect of the game. Oh my God, I'm just at this point, I'm just punishing myself. I can't run this site right now. I have to kill the scrams and warp off. This is why we can't have nice things.
Active.
So, like, back in the day, yeah, the farmers were huge resources, or like they basically burned on the whole war zone. So, but what that meant is it meant that the faction warfare game was a game of morale.
Docking permission.
It wasn't just about winning. It was about convincing the world that you were winning, which meant that being on your team was the team to be on.
Docking
We've lost a little bit of that since then. And it's certainly not true with the bots that just want to accelerate the flipping of systems. But the truth of the matter is that the system still has to be flipped, and that isn't done by bots. And any system that people care about, they can hold. Automated cockroaches are still cockroaches. The reason why I call faction warfare Plex farmers cockroaches is because they feed off of the work of other people, and when you shine a light on them, they scatter. The best way to deal with them is just simply have people patrolling that territory. Well, so here's the thing. You're speaking from a Amar Mimitar Warzone perspective,
drive. Active.
and the Amar Mimitar Warzone has always been far more prone to the flipping issue. So I could definitely see how you would be acutely aware of that. The Galente Caldari Warzone is much more about the grudge match, which is one of the reasons why, like, on the downside of that, the Galente Caldari faction warfare has gotten to such a dead state is because that grudge match was allowed to eventually wear down and fall apart. Equestrian, thank you for that 100-bit cheer. All because I pronounced your name right, I think. I appreciate that. I really do. Oh man. So that reminds me, one of the things I really want to do, I want to make one of the things I'm working on right now is a bot, right? And so I saw like somebody has a thing in their Twitch thing that makes it so if you pay them, like you cheer 50 bit or 100 bits or something like that, and it puts your name at the top of the list for a little while, that lets you like shout yourself out or whatever. That's cool and all. You know, it'd be really cool. Pay 50 bits to have a featured kill mail or kill board shown on screen and like down below for a period of time. Like people like shouting things out, people like linking BRs and stuff like that. What if the bot allowed you to do that, and with some bits you could actually like show it off on the screen? That'd be super cool. Oh, Fayssal, I already have so you remember my old Unity game that I had for like making animations and the Convocation of Empyreans like org chart? Well, I now have a script. I have one script that attaches it to authenticated ESI and another script that attaches it to the Twitch bot. So this is well within the realm of possibility. Joe Bain, so does Joe Bain already do that? Well, in that case, I might want to figure out where he does it too. But my idea is that if I can get these things plugged into a Unity game, this is something that could just like, there's all kinds of possibilities. I was thinking about also tying it to like a website, so that way people can control what profiles that or what their profile shows. Like if a streamer comes into another streamer stream that uses our overlay system, then it would not only shout out that streamer, but would show the stuff that streamer wants to be shown about them, like maybe their latest 2 kills or some record or what they do or their favorite ship or all that stuff. Oh, a killboard widget. Yeah. That's cool too. Yeah, so this is something I've been thinking about doing. But like, I of course have so many projects right now, unless I have people jumping in helping me to do any given thing. progress is slow and lurching. Oh yeah, if you're talking about the kill board widget, doesn't Joe Bane have a thing that shows you like his latest kills? I'm talking about something where like anybody in the stream could like post a like either through a widget or something else could be like this Z kill link, and if it's a person, then it shows off that person, and if it's a specific kill, then it would show off the details of the kill, or something along those lines. It is absolutely true, Fayssal. It's why I love software development. I think that it's something that everybody, I think programming literacy is an important tool. You know, not everybody needs to become a software developer, but not everybody needs to become a novelist. But if you can't write a letter, like that's just so restricting to you as a human compared to those who can. Then again, I know I'm preaching to the choir with you, Fayssal. I think I'm going to lose this one. He's also a Stabber Fleet issue. He was on top of it. I do have the drugs. Yep, I lost this one. It's okay. This guy looked prepared. And he's a 2010 character. There's the second prophecy. Really wish that the Stabber was gone by now. Really wish the Stabber didn't web me. Ah, well, fuck it. Whatever. Oh, is that you? Yeah. I didn't get him. I'm not really tryharding it anymore, given the fact of how many I've already gotten. That's true. High-level programming is not that hard. It's just, it's some very basic concepts that once you understand. Was that you, for real, contesting me? I feel better about not contesting you. That is. All right, cool. All right. Let me dock up. Once again, I'm going to make... I got this new ice machine for my son. Or, well, he got a new ice machine from his mom, actually, for his birthday. So, my son's autistic, so he likes ice. Like chewing on ice. It's one of the things. So we got him like a ice blender. And so he had a snow cone. So he was complaining that the last one didn't have enough syrup. So I'm going to try to make another one and then see how that goes. Maybe that'll buy me a little bit more time to hang out with you guys before we stream off again. Although, actually, hold on. Interdimensional said he was going live soon. And I was just singing and dancing until that happened. So let me check. Not yet. Not yet. He just comes in here and he's just like, hey, I'm going live. And then he doesn't. I should just raid large Quaif 0 then. Psh. Just kidding. All right. We'll figure out what to do in just a few seconds. I'm going to go play. I'm going to play this because I haven't played this yet. A lot of people have asked me to make this. So greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am. Shh. I basically took they added in new embassies in the cavern Caravanserai in, I think, the Pater system. And people wanted to know what tribe to become champion for. So I read the different descriptions, which really gives you the kind of the RP background of each tribe. So let me put that on real quick. I'm Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, and as a follow-up to my breakdown of the Mimitar Liberation Day that I released yesterday, I wanted to quickly come out with a video because I was asked by a lot of people about the different tribes and what they represent, and so I wanted to briefly read the description of the tribes that are on each of the tribal assemblies that are coming as part of the event that is starting tomorrow. So there will be a link below to the previous video that breaks down the Liberation Day event and its rewards. This is a breakdown of the 7 tribes of the Matari people. You may choose to select to be the champion of, and one of which will win the Mimitar Liberation Games and get their own structure and monument in the Pator system. So without further ado, with a culture emphasizing the virtues of patience, contemplation, and practical skill, the Sebastor are known far and wide as engineers and inventors. The Sebastor reputation for tinkering with any kind of technology is well deserved, and this excellence in engineering naturally propelled the Sebastor to the fore during the period of when the old Mimitar Empire pushed into space. During the Amarr occupation, the Sebastor did much to hold what remained of Mimitar society together with their skill at maintaining or adapting technology. The Sebastor tribe was one of the 4 founding tribes of the Mimitar Republic, following the successes of the Great Rebellion. Subjected to an Amarr campaign of annihilation, the Starkmanir tribe was considered lost for centuries until the discovery in YC-110 of a viable surviving population hidden by Nephilim elites on Halsterzon, the 6th planet of Jariza in the Amitar Mandate. The discovery spurred the Mimitar fleet into invasion of Amarr territories with a view of recovering the Starkmanir and as many other enslaved Mimitar as possible. The vast majority of surviving Starkmanir were successfully recovered, evacuated to the Mimitar Republic, and settled on lands set aside by them by the larger tribes. The Starkmanir tribe is also notable for being the mother tribe of 2 splinter clans that went on to become major tribes in their own right, the Brutor and the Varokior. Pride is a common Mimitar trait, but the Kruzul are wont to take it to extraordinary lengths. They rarely lose an opportunity to remind the other tribes that they alone managed to maintain strongholds in the mountainous Tronhadar region of the Matar during the Amarr occupation. It is certainly remarkable that in all of the long years of occupation, the Amarr were unable to once and for all crush the Kruzul resistance. Their ability to hold on to a certain amount of independence during the occupation resulted in the Kruzul retaining more of their pre-conquest culture than any other tribe, and their underground bases played an important role in sheltering some Varokior mystics. The Kruzul tribe was one of the 4 founding tribes of the Mimitar Republic following the successes of the Great Rebellion. The Brutor are marked by a disciplined stoicism and deeply spiritual cast of mind that combine to project a sense of nobility around the people of this tribe. While the Brutor have a traditional mindset, they suffer great loss of cultural heritage and knowledge of their history during the Amarr occupation. To the occasional annoyance of the other tribes, the Brutor consider themselves responsible for the freedom of the entire Mimitar people, and make no bones about standing on this claim for political purposes when it suits them. In particular, the Brutor are great supporters and protectors of the Starkmanir tribe, on account of the former originating as an offshoot of the latter. The Brutor tribe was one of the 4 founding tribes of the Mimitar Republic, following the successes of the Great Rebellion. According to what remains of the historical records of the Mimitar, the Thukkar tribe had always been a nomadic people, journeying back and forth across Matar in large caravans. The development of the old Mimitar Empire appears to have done little to inhibit the wandering of the Thukkar. Indeed, the Great Caravasi itself was constructed by the Thukkar long ago to serve as a major junction in their network of routes and caravassies. The Amarr found the Thukkar intraceable, and many escaped to remote areas of space, forming the nucleus of the later culture of the Great Caravans. The Thukkar were notable fighters of the Great Rebellion, but declined to join the founding of the Republic. The wandering Thukkar tribe officially joined the Republic in YC-111, maintaining full autonomy of their Great Wildlands region, but once again uniting the Mimitar as 7 tribes. The Nephilim tribe played a notorious role during the Amarr Empire's occupation of the Mimitar's home world as collaborators who actively assisted in the enslavement of the other tribes by the Amarr. When the Great Rebellion succeeded in driving the Amarr from the Mimitar regions, the Amarr subsequently set up the Nephilim in a puppet state called the Amitar Mandate. Unbeknownst to anyone else, certain Amatar elites had hidden a large number of Starkmanir survivors from the Amar within the Mandate. After the discovery of the Starkmanir led to the Mimitar invasion of YC-110, the Nephilim conspirators and their families led a mass defection back to the Mimitar Republic, assisting in the recovery of the Starkmanir. Today, the Nephilim tribe has been restored as one of the 7 tribes of the Matar. Verrocchio are disinclined to engage in collective efforts, and their various clans are rather loosely grouped under the tribal chief's authority. Indeed, the clans themselves hold nominal authority in many cases, with the family being by far the most important social unit to the individual Verrocchio. These families are traditionally matriarchal in structure, though the aftermath of the Amarian occupation has disrupted this pattern somewhat, as with so many other aspects of the Mimitar tribal culture. Most Verrocchio have long abandoned the ancient nomadicism of their tribe, but the Verrocchio mystics are the guardians of the Volival ritual and travel immense distances in this role. The Verrocchio tribe was one of the 4 founding tribes of the Mimitar Republic following the successes of the Great Rebellion. And finally, since we're reading these anyways, I wanted to... Nope, we're good. We're good. Hold on. Yeah, we're good. We don't need to. I don't need to hear my what's left is just talks about the caravanserai, or the place where all of these things are. I think I theorized that this is going to be part of the event, although it looks like it was just added in conjunction with the event. Excuse me. It is really cool stuff, though. I will say that of all of the different empires, the Mimitar was always the most obtuse to me. So I really appreciate this event helping unlock it all for me, or at least make it a lot easier. I really hope that Caldari Union Day does a little bit about the current state of the state, like getting straightened out the 3 tribes, the 3 I guess organizations, meta organizations that have formed, PKN, then the mountain, forest, and ocean. What is the term that they use for that? I don't remember. I thought they said tribe, but now I don't. Now I'm starting to doubt that. More Caldari Union Day skins? Well, they'll at least come back. I don't know if this is going to be the biggest event of all of the 4, though. So I don't know if there's going to be combat sites for the other ones. Well, we'll see, Fayssal. The world is undergoing a pretty significant transition, to say it lightly. A diploma of Eve lore. I'm trying to make... If anybody wants to help me make these videos, I would love to work with people and start to build up my team. In fact, I'm looking for a producer. If you're willing to help me produce my videos every day, every week, or my main videos, i.e. take it from stream to good to go on YouTube, and I can, or bug me to get the images made and all that stuff. Either way, work with me to produce my show one way or another, and I have 500 plex to pay for that person, if that's something that interests anybody out there. Because historically this is the Mimitar have always had kind of the least fleshed out lore, because their culture has been eradicated twice. And a lot of their stuff is very obtuse. They actually have the most intricate world for the RPers, but that's the problem, is that those guys who understand what it all means is a big deal. So sorry, Fayssal just distracted me. No, yeah, not just an exposure. A producer makes sure that so I have ADHD. And so while I love producing all this stuff for everybody, there's all these 100 different ways that I just don't get around to it, or don't make up for it. And then when I fail to, then that can become like a brick wall. And then that's when something takes 2 or 3 days, where the videos are even done, but I can't bring myself to even make it go live. So just having somebody that I'm working with would be really cool. Oh, cool. Good to know, Nth Dimensional. But more importantly, like, I want to start building up the Eve Universe show as being larger than just me. So taking that seriously, CCP gave us the 500 plex or whatever as part of the partnership program. So I wanted to turn around and use that to see if I can convince somebody to help me make videos and whatnot. I'd also, I mean, like, if somebody's down for it, I'm looking for people to work with to actually produce real videos. Like, I have tutorial videos. I've been writing scripts. I have a whole pipeline and stuff like that. So if video production and stuff like that is something that you're interested in, or if software development is something you're interested in, Convocation of Empyreans, like, our objective is maximizing player engagement with EVE Online. So ultimately, we're trying to build better tools and stuff for streamers, for EVE players, and all that stuff to be available to everybody. Anywho, that's enough of that stuff. Let's see. What do I want to do? By the way, I'm going to show it off. This is Ashtarothi's new portrait. I really like this outfit. So when I return back to the war zone, it'll be very fitting. Which is coming very soon. Frog, terrible. Hey. Savros, you were here when I played the Aeteron Robotics video, right? Because, like, I'm pretty sure it wasn't very subtle. Oh my god. Bootlickers. Bootlickers everywhere. Oh yeah. So, something about Ashtarothi, since we're just kind of winding down and hanging out at this point. Like, so the Empyrean thing, right? I mentioned Empyreans earlier. Empyrean means angel, summing up. So, the Chitin Yun, and after that, kind of everybody else referred to us as angels, these spirits that live in the heavens, meaning capsuleers, us. So when I refer to my fellow Empyreans, that's what I mean. I'm using that term. I've latched onto that term. Both me, the player, and Ashtarothi, the character, latched onto that term because of their, the really like the symbolism there. But one of the things I really like about that term in particular is for a long time I had a debate, or like Fonsui, who's a friend of mine, a really awesome theory crafter. He would like frown at me when I referred to our characters as immortal space gods, because he'd be like, "We're not gods. We're not that cool." And like, I thought about it for a while, and then I realized that, like, the answer is in the name, Empyreans. We're not gods. We're angels. But then at the same time, I knew that Ashtarothi's whole shtick was that she struggled against her confines, right? She has touched true power with her immortality, and now is both terrified at the limitations that she has, or the weaknesses that she does have, and is incredibly frustrated by the limitations that remain. And so that's why she hates Concord, because she sees them as unduly limiting her, that she could be so much more. And that's when I realized that she was an angel that wished to be God. And that's when I realized that Ashtarothi, this character I'd been playing for 9 years, was literally Lucifer. And I was like, oh, this is a very interesting story arc to discover 9 years in. So here we go. So hence she's embraced it in some of her older images. When she was with the Triglavians, she had that halo around her that looked almost like wings, with the red face. She sided with the demons, the Triglavians, yeah. Not to be confused with Angel Cartel. Or is there a connection? With what? Hold on. What? I was not to confuse who with Angel Cartel. But yeah. So confirmed, Galente are supported by Satan. Yeah, Ashrothi is actually true Amar. She sides with the Galente Federation because they pay nicely and they are the most liberal, so they allow her to get away with the most stuff. And for instance, she's actually now against Amarian slavery, but she says that it's not because humans are like too good to be slaves, but rather that cattle should not own cattle. Oh, no, the Angel Cartel, that's a coincidence. The Angel Cartel, because the statement of Empyreans as us comes from like YC 108, like or 109, 2008, I think, whatever, 2006, 2007, 2008, somewhere in there, which is when Empyrean Age was written. The Angel Cartel actually came just shortly after the formation of the Empire, or the Concord, I think. Arguably, Angel Cartel was just before. That's its own controversy. But the point is that the reason why the Angel Cartel are called the Angel Cartel is because they live in the Heaven constellation. And the Heaven constellation was called that because that's where the Jovians settled. And they had an old Jovian proverb that a city built in the forest is made of wood. A city built in the mountains is made of stone. A city built in heaven is made of dreams. It might be the other way around. Like a city made of wood is built in the woods. I don't know, whatever. Either way, the Jovians were super hoity-toity about their religious terminology. They called their constellations heavens, and then they had their nice collapse and moved away. And the Angel Cartel kind of spawned up, or arose in their ruins, and so they're known as the Angels because they live in heaven. Different cause for the name. It is also additional fun facts. The Angel Cartel is actually the largest pirate organization. They're basically as big as another empire. And in fact, the Serpentis don't have their own security forces. And often Angel Cartel will function as their security forces through the Guardian Angels and are their research and development division. So that means that the Angels produced and designed both the Angel Cartel ships and the Serpentis ships. And that's one of the reasons why those ships kind of work well together. Yeah, I don't know about that, about the most raw space per pirate. I'd have to check. But either way, yeah, so that whole thing with the Guardian Angels is the whole like thing that gets celebrated during the Valentine's Day event, which is called the Guardians Gala, which is the annual event where the Angel Cartel and Serpentis celebrate their union through the Guardian Angels. Man, I love undocking and seeing a site that hasn't been started yet. And being aligned to it? What is happening? Yummy, yummy lore. I know, right? It's all very exciting stuff. Well, I mean, I wasn't intentionally running solo sites, but no one's showed up to hang out, so I am running solo sites. Although I've been going for 4 hours, and my son has been very good, but I should probably wrap it up sooner rather than later. Farming the data sites, how's that been, and where have you been doing it? Like, roughly, high sec, low sec, null sec. And how has it been for you? Let me know. The Eve gods are a blessing. A blessing you for you. Yeah, I guess so. That's true. I'm being rewarded. But Bob giveth and Bob taketh away. I must always remember that. High sec. Have you been finding problems finding the sites? Do you have a good strategy? Again, you don't have to share your strategy. Just let me know how your experience has been. Not too much competition. Interesting. Interesting. I think Nth Dimensional is going to be doing that stuff, and we're probably going to be rating him here in a few seconds. Yep, Liberation. Yep, he's doing data sites, so that'll be cool. I'll get answers directly from him. Pretty sure Faith and Bob got my roller through Tama the last 2 times. I got rolled out and ended up filamenting out near there. Awesome. Yeah, I have a video on my YouTube channel where, because on Christmas Day, while preparing to yeet my Nestor out into Nullsec, I accidentally jumped from Norv into Tama and didn't realize it until I jumped into the gate camp. And spoiler alert, I lived, and I was very upset by this fact. So you should go check out my YouTube and find that. Hold on, YouTube. Yeah, spoiler alert, I lived.
I got kind of cold. Actually, I got kind of cold.
Okay. We'll just put that in the sink then. And it'll melt away. Good. Mission success. Streamer luck. I mean, I don't want to spoil anything, but they make 1 or 2 critical mistakes. The thing about the Tama Gate Camp is they have so many people coming through that if you have some, like, when you have that much traffic or that high of a thing, that's when you get lazy things, right? Like, bigger groups have more likely have people to pick off. Bigger fleets have more likely people that you can peel off. This big thing attracts people, and the fact that they get so much content makes them not be too worried about things that may get away. So to that end, sometimes they make mistakes or are ill prepared. Interesting, Riley. Did you like go way out in the beaten path or something like that? Because I've had a lot of people complaining. Okay, cool. You're just out and about doing your thing, huh? Well, in that case, it's good to go. That's the thing about these kinds of reports, is that, like, when people say, "Oh my God, I can't find anything," like, when you look into it, it could be that they're like, "I can only find 1 or 2 a system." It's like, whoa, that's a lot, you know. Like, people's definition of a lot or a little or profitable or valuable or worth it or all these sorts of terms that people like to throw around. All of it's relative. None of it means anything. We create meaning. One person's meaning is not another person's meaning. That's one of the reasons why I hate the term equivalent when they say that the rewards are equivalent or whatever it is in the selection window of this event site, of this event thing. Like, they're not equivalent because people value them differently based on which skin that they end up wanting. And if they don't know that that's what they're making the decision for, then they'll make a bad decision. I heard a sound in the living room that made me want to go check on my son, and then I just realized he just got this, like, bingo game. So he's got a bingo machine that he really likes to turn. So I heard a sound. I was like, oh no, has he gotten into the ice machine maker? But no, he's doing his bingo thing. There you go. I still think that the best way to get the points is going to be Resource Wars. Yeah. Pretty sure it'll be if you really just wanted points, Resource Wars is going to be the best way to do it. No. Absolutely not. Because the sites are all stacked up. You and a team of people could go in there. You get 10 points per site. You can knock them out back to back. The repeatable is locked at 2 per. What is the repeatable? 2 per what? Bronze or higher, 2 points over and over again? Oh. Yeah, that's not as good. At least getting the first few, though. That's an interesting point. So dabbling in them all is good. The thing is that if you can't... So I guess, does that mean the... I guess that makes the exploration sites the best, then. Oh, boy. I do not like my cap right now. Oh. Okay. Well, that's harsh. In that case, I still think that the Resource Wars one might be like, if you do not have high skills, then I think that the Resource Wars is going to still be the best, because if you have a group of people, it's the best way to just crank them out. Nothing can stop you. And all these other ones, either you can't race, or you can't find the site, or you can't hack the can. So if you're relatively new and you're having difficulty and you just want to get the points, the best way to do it would be Resource Wars. But if you can kill these prophecies, then yeah, by far this is crazy good comparatively. The Ancient Cartel symbol disagrees with which now? Oh. Well, so depends on which tier of Resource Wars you end up doing. We had a setup that made it so that, like, I think it was 6 mining ships and a Gnosis. Or no, there was a Logi ship, a Gnosis, and 4 or 5 mining ships, depending on if it was a major or critical. Everything below major and critical can be done with endurances without Logi. Trying to solo miners is painful. I mean, I used to do it in Adventure quite a bit. I recommend doing it with a team. And Tech 2... Well, no, you have to do it in Adventures. I didn't even get the other loot. That's so silly of me. I'm going to go do that. I also didn't raid over and leave like I said I was going to do. So we'll do that too. Miners can be soloed in Adventure. I don't think you can go into miners with a prospect, can you? I thought miner was prospect only. Or Adventure only. No. Not... Limited. That's what it was. Thank you. All right. Look, guys, I need to hand it off. I've had a great time hanging out with you guys. I've wrapped this up a couple of times. Time to head off. I do. One other thing though. I'm going to be looking to coordinate for this. I just want to start talking about it a little bit, get people thinking about it. I'm going to be doing a subathon, hopefully here in the next week or two. I want to raise money to help get my son an autism trained or like assistant dog. So, trying to figure that out. So look forward to that. Otherwise, tomorrow I should be doing the normal Eve Universe show, and everything else back to normal. Again, I don't know whether I'm going to keep doing the event sites for the next few days, or I think I might bounce back to Faction Warfare for at least a couple of days, because that's always fun too. But otherwise, if you want to join and help me in making all this stuff possible, or at least take advantage of the tools and resources we have, Convocation Empyreans is recruiting, of course, and Aderman Robotics is recruiting to help secure the southern half of the Galente Caldari war zone for freedom. Grab these two. Let's check to see how much I've made so far total.
Can I have the ice cream sandwich?
Not yet. Almost done. 40 million.
After that, can I have one?
Hold on. We'll talk. All right. So 1.56 billion ISK in this event in the last 4 or 5 days. Had a lot of fun too. Plus a whole bunch more. I've been having a blast. Hope you guys have too. But until next time, I've been Ashrothi, and I'll see you in space. I'm not going to forget to raid Fayssal. Thanks, though.